That's something people still say, right?
I'm famous.
Maybe. On Mars. Haha, roasted.
Alright. I will put the schedule in the channel with schedules.
You gonna push the first match start time to 20?
Oh.
Or
Alright, I'm going to reboot Discord, because everyone's a robot still.
Yeah, I had to reboot my Discord because I couldn't even connect.
I am a robot.
I thought
Got
Liz
him.
was a robot. No, Liz is dating a robot. That's right.
Alright, we are on the internet. How are ranking points going to work today? That is...
90.
I think so. Can we do 90 for today and then...
Yeah.
See how it is with less elite?
Well, because I was watching the VOD last night, like from SRC number 3, and with defense, people were not hitting 90 that often.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff, you're in the first match of the day, so...
Oh, okay.
Also,
Go. Yes.
Also, the
You're on red.
What is the server and password?
I'm going to...
You're welcome. Sorry I couldn't get the match schedule at 16.
No, you're good. That's why we have multiple people. So, Brennan, what we did for the last tournament we did was Nick streamed it via Discord for the game announcers to see it in real time without having to connect. So, if you could do that, that would be Pog.
So if you do go live and you select the application window of OBS, it'll automatically only select the preview window, so it won't select the bottom part. There actually is no way to get it to feature the entire OBS window, which is sometimes annoying in some certain circumstances.
That's really weird, but... Oh, rip the people who just joined the server. That's okay.
What happened when they joined the server?
No, as in like the Discord server.
Oh.
People just joining
People
now.
were too late.
You're too late. I'm good. Alrighty. I guess.
Okay.
That's okay. You gonna... Oh, goodbye, Chen. Oh, he's going to yell at them to queue up.
It's also on the info tab.
Can you start streaming it? Not acceptable. We've got 2 people, I think, in the server. Oh, we had almost the entire... Oh, it was someone wrong. It was a wrong person.
Oh, scheduled start, so it's okay. for now. As long
We've got 1 Blue Alliance member and 3 Red Alliance. This is a not balanced match. Oh, we got 2 Blue Alliance. I take it back.
They're figuring it out. I stopped by and they were like, bruh. And then I was like, did you not see the password?
Oh. Silly people.
Actually, I don't think we actually told them the password.
Yes, we did. It was in the announcements channel. Wait, you went unlive. You went live and then you went unlive again.
Okay, so Nick is still not in.
I guess it doesn't actually need to be you who's going live. It could be Nick.
No.
Wait, what?
No, but like, isn't he hosting the server?
Well, on a different computer on the other side of the house.
Oh. I see. All right. So welcome.
Plus that's the one that spins around.
Oh, that could be so much fun. So yes, welcome everyone. This is the second robotics competition, district event number 4. We are here today with 16 participants signed up and getting ready for match number 1. So match number 1 of the day, we have Leston, Jeff, and Logan 4476 on the Red Alliance. Mick, Lil Zorak, and Tyler from 7211 on the Blue Alliance. So we'll get this match underway shortly. We are using the rules similar to our past competitions, except our ranking point for scoring balls and energizing the shield generator will be 90 power cells required to score that. We'll see how that test goes. And then we will go from there, as well as just like in Infinite Recharge, the standard 60 points required. So you can see we're getting this started in 3, 2, 1, go. On the Red Alliance, we see Leston going for that 9 power cell auto, Logan into the trench, and Jeff going for the balls on the rendezvous point. Blue Alliance doing similar with Lil Zorak and Mick scoring. We've got Tyler from 7211 picking up from the red player station. With the match underway now, it is 81 to 89. Blue Alliance taking a bit of a lead at the end of that match. Different to what you may have seen before. Oh, we do see some pin respawning. Blue Alliance getting called out a few times for that. Very unfortunate. But going ahead, we see that it is now 128 to 104. So the Red Alliance does have a little bit of a lead now. Blue Alliance, Jeff going underneath the trench. For the Red Alliance. We see Tyler and Little Zorak pinning Leston around, trying to count out that spawn, and they are successful. So that's a technical foul assessed to the Red Alliance. Everything on the Blue Alliance is going as they want, just so they can catch up to the Red Alliance, who's currently ahead 173 to 144. So that's still anybody's game with 124 left in the match. We see Logan 4476 with a full intake full of power cells scoring into the inner port along with Leston. Jeff coming around for doing the same for the Red Alliance. Blue, all 3 robots are trying to score, but Logan's going to start playing some defense, making it just a little bit harder for them. We see on the Red Alliance, Leston releases all the power cells from that human player station, and it is a big race there to see who can pick them up fastest. Logan gets respawned on the other side of the field, but of course that lands on top of Leston. Very inconvenient for them, but they're going to call a technical foul on Mick, and Mick is upside down. With 44 seconds left, we'll see what he does. He is able to get back on his feet. 38 seconds left, and it's still anyone's game, 237 to 265. So Blue is running out of time if they want to make up that difference. It is still tight, though. A climb could make the difference, as we've seen. With 30 seconds left, people are still scoring very fast and furiously, especially on the Red Alliance. That's 3 offensive robots right now. Blue Alliance trying to play a little bit of catch up, picking up those power cells across the field. Tyler from 7211 is the first one to look at a climb. We see with 9 seconds left now, everyone's looking at the climbs. A few last-minute shots from Logan on 4476 as he tries to sneak in for the center. With 1 second left, everyone goes up. Very good, well done. It is 327 to 388. So that does mean our Red Alliance takes home the win in our first qualification match of the day. So with that being said, now we're going to start queuing up these robots on the field for match number 2. Match number 2, we have Greg from the West Coast, C4678, Davido on red, Javon, Eli 2791, and Deep Voice Guy on the Blue Alliance.
Hello, there we go. Now the stream can actually hear me. Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we will be strictly following the schedule, which actually means we're gonna start right now. So 2:25, match number 2 underway. Take it away.
So match number 2, we have Greg WC, C4678, and Davido on red. They're looking to score some fast and furious points in the autonomous mode, but blue does have the upper hand. That's DVG, Davon 442, and Eli 2791. So it's 90 to 50, a very big lead for the Blue Alliance coming out of autonomous. We also see that it is now all 3 blue robots fighting over the same set of power cells. So difficult for them to coordinate. So we do see Javon 442 pulling off to play some defense. That's on C4678, but he's not deterred by it. Keeps scoring quite well into that inner port, I believe. We do see that Greg from the West Coast is picking up some power cells while playing some defense on DVG, stands for Deep Voice Guy. So in our second robotics competition, we do have the robots aiming to score 90 power cells. That's to get that additional ranking point. And that way they will have an advantage in their rankings, in their tiebreakers, etc. And as for the end game, same thing as Infinite Recharge. It is a 90 or 60 points required to get that end game extra score. We now have Davido again playing defense, but he is getting caught out on the blue side of the field, so that is going to likely reset in a pin spawn. That's going to help blue extend their lead even further. 202 to 131 points, so right now a bit of a commanding lead for the Blue Alliance. And another pin getting counted out by Javon 442 on Greg, but Greg is able to sneak away just in time to save the 15-point technical foul. Davido again playing defense on the Blue Alliance. That he's harassing Eli from 2791, a former second robotics competition champion, as well as DVG. All 6 robots now on the blue side of the field, both playing some defense, some counter defense, and trying to pick up the balls coming out of the red human player station. Red is in hot pursuit of the Blue Alliance, and Davido going across the field to score. Those are in the inner port. You can see they're going up for 3 points each. 26 seconds left now, so teams are going to start looking at that generator switch for the end game. Davido doing one last cycle while Greg and C4678 are scoring. DVD and Javin are lining up for the score with 15 seconds left. 312 to 201. So this is a bit of a stomp for the Blue Alliance. So red is going to be doing everything they can. You see them scoring those power cells last second just to get those extra ranking points. With 381 to 250 as the climbs go, it looks like it is our Blue Alliance locking in that victory.
Blue Alliance
So-
pulling out the 4 RP match. They got 101 power cells, 75 points in climbs. Unfortunately, Red Alliance getting neither of the bonus ranking points.
So congratulations to our Blue Alliance taking home. So that's qualification match number 3, which will start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. That's featuring Cobby, Deep Voice Guy, who you just saw in the Blue Alliance, and Anthony 3175. And then on the Blue Alliance, Attention, Rude Rooster, and Jeff.
Deep Voice Guy, make sure you disconnect.
No, he's
still connected.
Ha. There we go. Perfect. So as all of those robots are queuing up, again, just a brief highlight of the rules that we're playing by. So some of the rules that we are not allowing is intentionally pin resetting. So that's like resetting someone and like respawning them intentionally during a pin on top of their, like, respawning on top of themselves. Brennan, our head referee, can explain that a little bit better. I'm sure you'll see it at some point today. We also have the rule of no resetting during the match, so that just means that the only you can't say halfway through the match, "Oh, I don't like it." And then at the end, climb interference is not permitted as well. So very much similar to infinite recharge as much as we can in this simulated world that is. So we're just getting our last robot connected to the field, and then we will be underway.
Reminder, we will be starting promptly to keep things on schedule. So if you're not in the server, looks like that's Rude Rooster. It's unfortunate. You're gonna want to make sure that you're in position for your match, because we will start promptly.
I'm just gonna check in with him quickly and make sure everything's okay. Yes, he is aware that he needs to queue up. Perfect, I think.
Hopefully that's him, because we are 2:30, so we're gonna get started.
Fantastic. So in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both going for that 9 row of power cells. That's Jeff and Anthony. It looks like Cobby's having a little bit of connection issues. He is stationary on the Red Alliance. That's unfortunate for them. It will give Blue the advantage coming out of Autonomous. Cobby's in the question box. We do see that Attention and DBG are both trying to play a little bit of defense as well. A bit of respawning. That's Bubbles, I believe, respawning, also known as Rude Rooster. Jeff is scoring for the Red Alliance. We see 2 robots on the red side playing a bit of a 2v3 right now. That's DVG and Anthony going across the field while Cobby tries to connect. Attention going for the power cells on the red side of the field. Bubbles scoring for the Blue Alliance. We also see that Anthony for 3175 is scoring quite well. Those are going into the inner part. Now going across the field, looking at the blue side, we do see Bubbles and Anthony are on the blue side of the field. Anthony picking up for the Red Alliance, where Bubbles is scoring for the blue. Anthony does release those power cells from the red human player station, so the Blue Alliance can pick them up as well. Anthony now going to score those. Those are more inner port cells. They are keeping this close despite it being a 2v3. It is only 213 to 199. Make that 2-1 now. So red is keeping this one close. It will be interesting to see how they can do it. It looks like Cobby has disconnected from the field, hopefully trying to reconnect and see if he can get back for the dying seconds of the match. Blue Alliance, it is Attention, Bubbles, and Jeff playing 3 autonomous modes. Cobby is back on the field, and he is moving. With 30 seconds left, that means he will be able to climb and help his alliance come back, hopefully for the win. 265 to 255 now. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for keeping it close. It is now anybody's game again with 3 robots on both sides of the field. 287 to 258 now for the Blue Alliance. Red again, Anthony from 3175 dashing across, trying to unload a full intake full of power cells. With 10 seconds left, it is 318 to 285. Red has kept it close, but will it be close enough? With 4 seconds left, we see that it is still going to be the Blue Alliance. Only 327 points to 392, so Blue Alliance is taking home the victory. Brennan will fill us in on the ranking points. We do see that this match may be replayed. So we'll get an official verdict on that.
Okay,
while
so yeah, I'm gonna jump in and make sure that
The match started, and spacebar wasn't putting me back.
Okay, so we are gonna replay that match immediately. Unfortunately, there was a spectator bug with Cobby. Not exactly sure what causes it. Unfortunately, he was stuck in spectator mode and couldn't move without restarting his entire client. So we are going to play that again immediately. That means I'm not sure if Mick
I'll
is.
be back for match 4 then.
Mick, you're unfortunately gonna have to replaying last match. So Mick, DC. Sorry. All right, so we're gonna get as soon as all 3 or all 6 people are in, we're gonna get this one started again.
once I can see once I can see the field, I will give you the details.
DVG, yep, that's correct. All right, so we're gonna get started, and then I'm gonna show this field in a second to you. But we are starting.
Perfect. So again, this is a replay of qualification match number 3. So thank you to teams for telling us promptly. If you're having any issues, we're jumping right in. It is 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, so we're coming just out of autonomous. All 3 red robots are connected this time, as we can see. 86 to 66 for the Red Alliance, so a bit of a lead this time, and calling that tech foul on attention. Anthony and DBG, they're both going across the field with a full intake full of power cells, trying to extend that red robot lead, while Cobby is playing a little bit of counter defense on the Blue Alliance, trying to take the balls from their human player loading zone, which will help starve the Blue Alliance of some power cells. Going across the field now, all robots are picking up. There's not a lot of shooting action going on right now, so we can check the score. It'll be stationary for a moment. That's 124 for the Blue Alliance, 136 for the Red Alliance. So definitely some work to do for both alliances on getting that extra power ranking point. And now with Jeff and Attention scoring for the Blue Alliance, and DVG and Cobby just finishing up their cycles for the Red, scores are jumping again even further, but Red did still keep their lead after that offensive cycle. Not a lot of defense being played in this match, but we did see Jeff try to pull a pick on DVG as he was picking up the power cells, doing it again now, but it looks like that might actually benefit the no one really. No pin counts getting started, but we do see Red trying to pick away at those blue defenders. Now Cobby going for a full cycle, but it looks like he's having a little bit of issues with a jammed intake. We see him out taking 2 of those power cells to get some more motion going on in his robot. Of course, being a simulator, every person does have the same robot, so it is all down to driver skill, ladies and gentlemen. We see Rude Rooster going for another cycle of power cells. Those are going in the inner port, 3 points each. It is keeping it close. It is only 20 points separating these 2 alliances. Anthony and DVG looking to do some final scoring. We are down to 25 seconds left, down only a 12-point gap between these 2 alliances. DVG having, again, some jamming issues, striking the Red Alliance, making it very difficult for them to keep the lead. Blue is actually going to take the lead in the dying seconds of the match. With 9 seconds left, we can get a better view of that generator switch. We can see the robots going up to climb. With 3 seconds left, no one's up yet. Blue Alliance leaving it to the last second. It is the Blue Alliance. They were behind the entire match, but pulling off what looks like a balanced triple climb to get those extra points. They do take it, 378 to 362 points. So very well done by the Red Alliance. We do see members of the Red Alliance going into the question box immediately. So we'll see how that score stands.
Okay, so it was very close. They were concerned about one of the climbs missing, but we are going to have that result stand. There was not, in my opinion, a sufficient amount of evidence to show that they were 100% off the ground at the time of the climb, and that from the angle that we had from the stream, it was possible that they were touching the ground. So, have you? I guess let's introduce the teams and get underway here.
Yep, so introducing our team for qualification match number 4, we have Rude Rooster, this time on the Red Alliance, with his partners Greg, WC, and Lil Zorak. On the Blue Alliance, we have C4678, Javon, and Mick Last. So I'd like to introduce our other game announcer for today, Jeff, former member of 1296 from Texas. He's going to be hanging out with us today as well. While you see him on the field sometimes, he's also here to GA some matches. So, yes. Jeff, take it away.
And right away in the start of the match, in the double points period, we see 2 red robots immediately shooting. 3 blue robots have already shot, and C4678 is already heading back to that loading station. Looks like McGlass is going to take some from that red loading station, a very precarious position, but very strategically advantageous if you can get it correctly. We see 1 red robot picking up some power cells from the blue loading station, as there's a bit of a tussle near the blue inner port, or blue shooting zone, I should say, as Greg was playing a bit of defense on Javon. We see a tussle between Mick and Rude Rooster over on the red side of the field. Big collision between Greg and Rooster in the middle of the field. Gotta watch your teammates. Don't want to mess up their cycle times. And now we see all 3 blue robots over in the shooting area. Javon looking for some power cells, but quickly moves over to their own loading station as they see little Zorak coming over. Mick in a very precarious position, but he is able to not start getting counted for that tech foul pin. As we see little Zorak picking up some of the Red Alliance's missed shots to try and get those scored. With 1 minute and 4 seconds left of the match, it is 157 to 125 blue, as 2 blue robots are shooting and Mick is lining up to shoot. Mick stealing a lot of power cells from that red loading station. That is going to let blue kind of run away with the lead here if he can keep pulling that off. Red Alliance, it looks like Greg is trying to pick up some power cells from the corner, as little Zorak is continuing to collect power cells from that blue loading station. Bit of a collision between Mick and Rooster and the rendezvous point. Rooster is going to release all those power cells in the loading station. Mick doing the same over on the Blue Alliance, little Zorak coming in behind him to collect some. 20 seconds left in the match. We are going to see these teams begin to head to the rendezvous point to get those climbs. 254 to 229 with 12 seconds left. Some last second shots being fired by the Red Alliance. Those are going to be very important in determining the winner of this match. With 4 seconds left, we see all 6 robots lined up, and all 6 are in the air. Unofficially 358 to 318 Blue Alliance.
And we are going to lock in those scores. Both alliances achieving both of the extra ranking points, which means Blue Alliance is going to walk away with 4, and Red Alliance is going to walk away with 2.
Very well done by those alliances. So, we are a little bit behind schedule, so that was qualification match number 4. And we'll get introducing qualification match number 5. That's going to be Red, Cobby, Tyler, Attention. And on the Blue Alliance, Anthony, Daviato, and Eli from 2791. Eli, again, being a multi-time winner of this one.
All right, and we're just going to wait for these teams to indicate that they're ready so we can get this match underway.
All right.
And
again, a
I
reminder.
see everybody moving, so we are going to get started.
All right, and immediately in the double points period, we see all 3 red robots almost cleaning their area of the power cells. Blue robots, it looked like one of them was turning a little bit weirdly, but they are still able to pull out the lead at the end of Autonomous, 88 to 82. Attention trying to pin Anthony at that loading station, but Anthony is able to get out of it. Oh, it looks like a tech foul was called on Red. That looks like it was on Tyler. That'll be very important in determining the scores later in the match, as we see Daviato lining up to score and Cobby lining up to score. Cobby, very consistent scorer. Oh, Cobby's going to pin Anthony. You do not want to be caught in that position, and they are able to draw the tech foul. Reminder, this is a very important match for Eli on the Blue Alliance. He is one of only two-time winners, and the only two-time winner participating in this tournament. So he's going to see if he can defend that title. Attention, lining up to shoot for the Red Alliance. A bit of a tussle at the rendezvous point between Eli and Tyler, but both bots continue to head to their loading station to hopefully fill those hoppers with more power cells. Anthony just finished a cycle, going to collect some of the remaining power cells. Eli lining up to shoot, and Tyler rushing over to the red side of the field to begin to shoot, being defended by W.A.F.F.L.E.S. Anthony looks like he might be getting pinned by Cobby, and that is going to be a tech foul on the Blue Alliance. That is critical at this point in the match. 241 to 234 in Red's favor with 55 seconds left in the match. A little bit of defense going on between Tyler and W.A.F.F.L.E.S, trying to make sure that they can slow down those cycles. Eli lining up to shoot. Tyler making sure he does not hit those shots. W.A.F.F.L.E.S lining up to shoot. Cobby and Attention right next to each other, both shooting. Attention, as we've seen in past tournaments, is very consistent in lining up from the side, which is very important. Most people go for the center, but Attention is just like, nope, I'm just going to line up right beside you. Cobby is shooting even more. Attention, going to line up to the side. Oh, big hit from W.A.F.F.L.E.S. 15 seconds left in the match, and these teams are going to start heading to the rendezvous point, though it is empty as of now. 304 to 271 with 9 seconds left. We have 3 robots in the rendezvous point. 1 red robot is still missing. W.A.F.F.L.E.S comes off the bar. Oh, this is a very messy end game. Looks like maybe 1 of each robot. It's a bit unclear to see, but unofficially 366 to 321.
So it looks like we did have 2 robots up for both sides, but not 3. Only 55 points for each of these alliances, and neither of them getting the extra field generator ranking point either. So 2 ranking points for the Red Alliance and 0 for the Blue. And once Tegan's mic actually reconnects, then we can have her intro.
Yes, so previewing match number 6, we've got Eli from 2791, Mick Last and Leston on the Red Alliance, and on the Blue Alliance we have Logan 4476, Attention, and Greg WC on the Blue Alliance. So that again is qualification match number 6.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yep. So question box was a bit of a mess, but everything's figured out. That result will stand. Cobby, you will need to disconnect. Cobb, you're gonna have to disconnect from the server though as well.
I keep forgetting. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No worries.
Easy.
All right.
Horn on the pog.
Woo! Question box every single match.
I
Question
told.
box invitational too.
Welcome to my life for the last like 4 district events.
All right. So once we have everybody, which I believe we do now, Greg. All right. Have we introduced all the
Yep.
teams?
Yep, so again, here we do a quick round. Eli, 2791, Mick Last and Leston on red, Logan, 4476, Attention, and Greg on blue.
And here we go.
All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, this match is going to get started underway. Red collecting all of those power cells. Blue also clearing out their side of the power cells. This should be a very high-scoring auto, assuming that teams don't get unlucky with the hoppers jamming, because we have seen that happen quite a bit. Attention, going to grab a couple power cells from the red loading station. And looks like Leston grabbed a couple from blue. Mick gonna try and pin Logan right in the center of that field. Logan is able to squeeze out of that technical foul, especially this early on. That can be very decisive in a match. We see 2 red robots lining up to shoot. Looks like Attention is heading towards that blue loading station. Accidentally collides with his partner, Greg. Logan and Greg are gonna line up to shoot for blue, as red looks like they're gonna head back to the loading station. Again, a collision between Attention and Logan. Looks like Attention needs to call out a little more where he's going, but hopefully we'll see him improve on that in the event. He is a very consistent shooter. All right, and looks like Mick is going to get fouled out on the Red Alliance, and then Logan is going to keep him trapped just a little bit. You do not want to get caught spawn trapping because that is a red card, but you can still bump. That is perfectly allowed in second robotics competition. 187 to 187 with 108 left in the match. This is a very close match. Looks like Greg collecting some of the power cells that are left over at the blue scoring zone. Attention, going to try and grab some more, and going to try and pin Leston. Leston getting a little bit caught up on a power cell, but is able to get out of there. Mick doing a little more shooting for the Red Alliance, caught in a very precarious position, but is able to get out of the foul. Looks like Eli loading up from the loading station as Attention and Logan try to grab as many of those power cells as they can. Eli lining up to shoot. Greg in a very precarious position. Looks like he might get technical fouled, and he does. Ooh, that is going to give Red Alliance a larger lead. 22 seconds left in the match, 290 to 272, and robots are going to start heading towards that rendezvous point to try and get those climbs. Looks like some last-second shots are going to be made by Eli. Only 2 red robots lined up and 1 blue robot lined up. We're going to see if these teams can make these climbs at the last second. Red looking like all 3 are going up. Blue, all 3 are going up, and unofficially 411 to 365.
All right, so we do see the 4 ranking point match from the Red Alliance, 2 ranking points from the Blue Alliance, so everybody getting the bonus ranking points in that match. Great job to everybody there.
So that was, again, qualification match number 6 in the books. Very well done by that Red Alliance to secure those extra ranking points and the victory. Queuing up now for qualification match number 7, getting these robots on the field. It is Cobby, Logan 4476, again, this time on the Red Alliance, and Rude Rooster on red. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have Daviato, Deep Voice Guy, and Tyler from 7211 on the blue side. So again, that match will get underway in just a few moments. So last match, we did see a lot of collisions between alliance partners. So definitely something that the robots in this match are going to be looking to avoid doing at all costs. Again, you don't want to slow your alliance partners. It doesn't help you, it doesn't help them, and it just makes everyone a little more frustrated. So that'll be one big thing for this next match. to keep an eye out for. We do have all the Blue Alliance ready to go. Now just waiting on the Red Alliance to join the party.
And we do have the ranks up on the screen. They're also publicly available. Currently, we have a three-way tie here, kind of, for the ranking score of Leston, Jeff, and Javin. Then we have Logan, Rude Rooster, Attention, Eli, Micklast, Deep Voice Guy, and C4678 rounding out your top 10 currently.
So we're still just waiting for everyone to connect up for this match. We're just missing one robot on the Red Alliance of Rude Rooster. In our practice match, we see some very violent playing between Cobby and Deep Voice Guy. All pinning each other under the control panel. Again, there are no points for the control panel in second robotics competition. Just because it doesn't physically move. So, can't really score. Yes, please post the Google Doc in the server. Awesome. Getting this match underway now. It is time to go for these two alliances. They're going to face off again in the autonomous mode. We do see Logan 4476 going for the rendezvous point, Cobby on red for the 9 balls, and Rude Rooster for the trench. Blue doing most of the balls on the field have been cleared off. It is all going to be down to how accurately they were scored. It looks like red has a little bit of a gap to make up. 70 to 90 there. 74 to 93, the current score. Blue Alliance in the lead. DBG and Tyler picking up the balls on the blue side of the field. Red crossing a little bit of defense from Daviato on Logan and Rude Rooster. Cobby trying to catch up and do the same. DBG and Tyler from 7211 are scoring very well for the Blue Alliance. Red is still a little bit behind, but in reach, only 10 points behind. We see Tyler and DBG, both of them playing some defense now on the Red Alliance. DBG pulls off to pick up the balls from the human player loading station. Logan 4476 running across the field away from Daviato, who has been playing defense for that Blue Alliance. Rude Rooster now with a full intake, full of power cells. Logan 4476 going into that Blue Alliance human player loading zone. No blue robots on that side of the field, so it is safe to do so. A little bit of a pin count spawning on Tyler from 7211 between Cobby and Rude Rooster. A pile of power cells is available on that blue side of the field. We see Tyler from 7211 getting pin spawned out. That does give Red Alliance the lead for the first time this match. It is now 204 to 194. All the red power cells that we saw on the field, most of them have been put into a goal of either type. So it is now 194 to 209. We see a pin spawn from Tyler onto his alliance partner, Daviato. That's very unfortunate. Going to make both of their lives a lot harder. But he is able to get free. Logan 4476 is in a very precarious position. The pin count spawning underneath DBG as he tries to pick up the balls from that human player loading zone. It looks like Cobby's trying to bail him out, and they successfully do. Only a few milliseconds were left on that pin count, but red is free, so it is 289 now, 291 to 252. So Red Alliance is starting to run away with this, but it is still anyone's game because climbs can make a huge difference, as we have seen. 270 to 307 right now with 3 seconds left. It looks like all robots are finally going to pull up on the bar. Blue Alliance taking home the victory. Looks like 2 of the red robots didn't go up. So it does give blue the victory at the end. Like we said, it can get really close in this end game. So very well done by the Blue Alliance to pull out the win at the last second. That again is 350 to 322 as our unofficial, or 332 rather, as our unofficial score.
And we are going to lock in those scores. There was an extra ranking point for the Blue Alliance, achieving the 3 robots balanced climb. However, they only scored 85 power cells, so it's not quite enough for the 4 ranking points. Red Alliance was able to score 95, so they're going to get 1 ranking point from that match.
So not going home empty-handed. Well done by that Red Alliance to make sure they're keeping their ranking alive. So now let's preview our next match. So that was called number 6, we are now going to look for 8, Vaughn and Little Zorak on red. We have Jeff C4678 and Anthony on blue. So looking to get this match underway in just a few moments here. Looks like all robots are connected to the field. Javon is currently flipping around in the corner of the practice match, so it looks like they're getting some very good practice in.
All right.
So getting this match underway. Let's see how they do. So Red Alliance and Blue Alliance, again, having one robot dedicated to that 9 power cell row. That's Jeff and Little Zorak, respectively, for their alliances. Both alliances almost clearing off their side of the field. We do see that Anthony does try to get the balls from the red human loading station before the matches start, before the teleoperated period has started, but that does foul him out early in the match, so he loses the power cells and gets a technical foul for the Blue Alliance. His current score is 87 to 96, so Red does have a little bit of a lead, and they are going to add to that by scoring a full offensive cycle. Blue Alliance, on the other hand, is working hard to catch up. That's C4678, picking up the balls from their Cuban player station. Anthony trying to play a little bit of defense on Red and see if he can get any of those balls from the Red loading zone and starve the Red Alliance. Now 135 to 132. It is a very close match. We see Leston and Little Zorak doing a lot of that scoring for the Red Alliance. C4678 picking up for the Blue Alliance, while Jeff and Anthony are scoring. It is 153 to 160 currently. Make that 156 to 162. So it is within anyone's grasp here. Only 5 points really separating these two alliances at any given time. We do see a pin count starting on Anthony as he starts to play some defense on Little Zorak and Leston, who are two of the very high-scoring members of this Red Alliance. Javon 442 not to be discounted as well. They're going across the field with a full intake of power cells, just trying to get the jams sorted out and on their way. Blue is still behind by about half a cycle, 230, and now they empty it out with a full 3-round. A full 3 robots playing offense. So that's 262 to 244 now. So they are catching up quite quickly. Red Alliance is still in it again, though, with 30 seconds left, and they are going across the field. With 30 seconds left, we get a great view of the generator switch. Jeff, C4678, and Anthony looking to play some final offensive scoring cycles and get those balls in the goal. It looks like they are starting to pull away from the Red Alliance, who's had some difficulty in the end of this match just securing the balls like they were at the beginning of the match. As we see everyone loading up for the Red Alliance. All 3 blue robots are up. As time counts down, all 3 red robots were not up, so that does continue to extend the lead that Blue Alliance took about halfway through the match and extended. So that is a 396 to 3, I believe that's 315 for the Red Alliance.
We did see the 4 ranking point match from the Blue Alliance, 110 power cells scored. Red Alliance not walking away empty-handed. They were able to score 102 power cells. Unfortunately, not getting the extra balance, so 1 ranking point for them.
So that was qualification match number 8. Now we're going to take a look at qualification match number 9. That's Javon, Leston, and Attention on the Red Alliance. Anthony 3175 sticking with the Blue Alliance for this one, with his partners Rude Rooster and Tyler from 7211. So again, we do only have 16 participants today, so it means that everyone is getting a lot of field time. Very good for those looking to improve on their skills. I believe it's 10 matches per participant. So we will see a lot of back-to-back matches during the event.
Yeah, that'll hopefully flesh out the scores or the rankings a little bit better too than the standard 5 or 6 matches that we've seen in other events. One of the benefits of having a little bit of a smaller event is hopefully your seating is very accurate, and you can make do with what you have.
Also gives a lot of time for scouting, so make sure that you are working on your pick list. We see some flying robots on the practice field as we're about to get this underway. So yes, make sure that you have an idea of who you want to pick. But before we get too far into that, let's look at this. All right, so again, double scoring points during these first 15 seconds of the match. Anthony from 3175 does the full 9-ball autonomous, but fumbles some of those balls, so that is going to help the Red Alliance, but it seems to not have deterred Blue too much. 72-36, so it is really a high-scoring autonomous for the Blue Alliance, whereas Red's going to have some catching up to do. We see Javon looking to play some counter defense while picking up the balls from their human player station. A big collision that's between Anthony and Attention, flying across the field under the control panel. Attention has to respawn to get out of it. It is going to give Blue a large lead for sure. So not what you wanted to see if you were a Red Alliance fan here. 149-66. So Red Alliance has a lot of work to do. Playing some defense, looking to start some of those pin counts. That's kind of their best way to get back in the match at the moment. It's some heavy defense. We do have some high-scoring robots on the Red Alliance, though, who are going to be working very hard with some fast-scoring cycles to get that back. Another collision now between Attention and this time Rude Rooster, as Attention attempts to pin count Rude Rooster out. Rude Rooster is on his side and respawns on the other side of the field. That is helping Red get back in this match, but with only a minute left, how can you make up 90 points? It's going to be a very difficult undertaking for the Red Alliance. We see Attention and Javon looking to pick up some power cells, while Tyler from the Blue Alliance is moving over to play defense, while Rude Rooster and Anthony are just trying to extend the lead, much to Red Alliance's dismay. Attention now looking to score some power cells. Tyler does play a little bit of defense on him during his cycle, but is not too distracted by it. He just gets back into position and starts scoring into the inner port nonetheless. Javon and Tyler are in a little bit of a tussle as well on that red side of the field. Very chaotic, all 6 robots on the side of the field, but with only 30 seconds left, Red is still on the backhand here, trying to do whatever they can to catch up. It is 186-274, so still 90 points that they would have to get. Blue would have to really completely choke their climb, so Red's going to focus right now on just getting those extra RPs and not going home empty-handed. We see with 5 seconds left, all 3 red robots are trying to line up. All 3 blue robots are already up. We do see all 3 red robots go up at the last second. It is 262-360. So really not able to come back from that deficit they faced in the early game. But 360-262 is our unofficial score.
So our official score will actually reduce 1 technical foul that was assessed to the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance had that glitch with Attention and somebody else. So it will actually be 345-262 official score. 4 ranking points for the blue and 0 for the red, unfortunately for them.
So yes, we did see quite the collision in that last match. We also see that there are collisions on the practice field right now, with Javon not having disconnected from that match. So again, congratulations to the Blue Alliance for taking home that victory in qualification match number 9. With 27 matches today, we are about a third of the way done now with that match in the books. So let's take a look at the qualification match number 10. We've got Logan 4476, Daviato, and Eli from 2791 on the Red Alliance. We have Jeff C4678 and Deep Voice Guy on the Blue Alliance. So in qualification match number 10, there's a lot to play for here. Jeff is currently your number 1 seed, going undefeated. C4678 close behind in second. So definitely some high-scoring people in this match. We also have Eli, who's in 4th, Deep Voice Guy, who's in 5th, and Logan, who's in 7th. So a lot to play for in qualification match number 10. The match is underway, and we do see on the Red Alliance, they are starting with a little bit of a deficit, actually. Only 4 points between these 2 alliances. But Eli and Logan are going to have to fight hard against the number 1 and 2 seed on the blue side. So it is 90-84 coming out of that autonomous period with 2 minutes left in the match. We are seeing a lot of offense in this match, just because you do have some of the very high-scoring robots. But Daviato is looking to play some defense on C4678. Now Logan moving on to do the same. He does a bit of a flip, but is back on his drive base. all 6 robots on the one side of the field does make for a very hectic play. Logan does get respawned on the other side of the field and gets in the way of C4678. So the technical foul helping out the blue, but at least he was on the blue side of the field. So with just under a minute and 30 seconds left, it is a good gap between these two alliances, 170 to 127 with 128 left in the match. And as the match continues, blue continues to further their lead. So red does definitely have some work to do. They are on the back foot. Some defense now between Jeff and Logan. All 3 blue robots are on the same side of the field, so that will make it a little bit easier for red to focus on some offensive scoring and get those power cells in the inner port as Logan is playing defense on blue. Daviato picking up those balls that didn't quite make it into the port for the Red Alliance, while Jeff is playing some push defense. C4678 just picking up the balls as they enter the field from that human player station. It is still close. It is 30 points separating these two alliances, 245 to 221 now. Red doing a full cycle while Jeff is continuing to play defense and then head back over to the scoring side of the field. All 3 blue robots now trying to score. That's DVG, Jeff, and C4678. With 25 seconds left, it is a 40-point gap now. Blue extending a little bit further. Red still has a way to win this. Their win condition is on the climb, but it looks like it's going to be a lot harder with Eli stuck on the human loading zone. He is able to get free and make his way across the field, so they are going to look at the climbs. 279 to 330, so it looks like it is likely that at least the Blue Alliance has gotten that extra ranking point. We do see Eli fall off the bar at the last second, so it is 414 to 324 for that Blue Alliance. Red just... it's hard to face the number 1 and 2 seed on the same alliance, man. I can't envy them very much, but they did put up a good fight, to say the least. So definitely not going home empty-handed in qualification match number 10, but that means Jeff will continue to be our number 1 seeded team, and he is back on the field for qualification match 11 to do more of the same. So Red Alliance, we do see Miklas, Jeff, and Greg WC on red. Little Zorak, Cobby, and Logan 4476 on blue. So it looks like Logan does have a very difficult match schedule, facing off against the number 1 seed 2 matches in a row, back-to-back. So good luck to him. Looks like we're gonna get this match underway very shortly as everyone is on the field. Let's see what they can do. So it is Little Zorak and going for the 9 power cells. Jeff under the trench misses 1, while Mick does the 9-ball autonomous for red and gets them all in. So coming out of autonomous, those double scoring points, it is the Blue Alliance with a little bit of an advantage. Definitely the underdogs in this match, considering the number 1 seed being is on the red side. But Logan played some defense on Jeff last time and is going to do that again. Little Zorak and Jeff also getting into a bit of a tussle. We see Greg and Mick on the red side of the field, or on the blue side of the field rather, in the red loading zone, trying to pick up those power cells. Cobby is firing on all cylinders for the Blue Alliance. That's a full 8 power cell cycle going into that inner port. Little Zorak does some shots only into the outer port, but still not to be discounted. That'll help them get those ranking points that we see the 90 power cells required. Some big contact happening on the midfield area. That's between Cobby and Greg. We also see that red is using this to come back. It is 148 to 137. Make that a little bit bigger. Lil Zorak just fired off a large offensive cycle. Logan just got out of a pin count without a foul, so that will really help the Blue Alliance extend their lead even further. So that is Logan 4476 doing the scoring now, while Cobby and Little Zorak are picking up the balls on the red side of the field while playing some defense on Mick and Greg. Jeff coming across the field now under the trench. That is a protected zone. It looks like the pin count is going to start for Cobby, but is he able to get out in time? Barely, but he does. Mick does chase him, trying to keep that pin count alive, but it is not going to happen today. 219 to 172 now. So definitely a very well played match for both alliances. These are some decently high scores. We do see a lot of defense, though, a lot of pick defense specifically, not one person dedicated to the art of defense, but trying to just get in people's way as they are cycling. Like we see Cobby right now playing some defense on Mick. Mick doing a bit of counter defense to protect Greg and Jeff, who are currently doing some offensive cycles. With 15 seconds left in the match, it is 279 to 223. So Red really is going to have to hope for some missed climbs on the Blue lines if they want to take home those winning ranking points. With 4 seconds left, is Blue going to get up in time? It looks like they do. That's 348 to 293. All 6 robots are up. Looks like we'll get a lot of extra ranking points in this match, but it is the Blue Alliance taking home the unofficial win, 348 to 293.
So Blue Alliance in that match was able to score 98 power cells. They're going to walk away with 4 ranking points. Red Alliance unable to reach that 90 ball threshold, so they're going to take 1 ranking point away.
So not going home empty-handed, but still going to make it shake up the rankings a little bit. With those ranks in, we do still see that Jeff is seated first with 17 ranking points, and the closest person to him, albeit down a match on Jeff, is C4678 with 13 ranking points. We saw Logan, who had just come off a loss, has moved up into the 5th seeded position. Deep Voice Guy is just going through our rankings. We've got Jeff, C4678, Deep Voice Guy, Rude Rooster, and Logan are your top 5. So we'll preview this next match. So that was
while we wait for Cobby to disconnect. Cobby, please disconnect.
Copy, please. So that was match number 11. Let's preview match number 12. That's Rude Rooster, Little Zorak, and Deep Voice Guy on the Red Alliance, Tyler, Javon, and Eli 2791 on the blue side.
All right, and we're just going to wait for all 6 robots to disconnect, and we still have to wait for Cobby to disconnect.
I'll go yell at him. One moment.
There we go.
Oh, there we are. All right.
Perfect.
All right, so we're going to get this match started pretty soon in 3, 2, 1. And immediately starting off in double points period, we see Blue zooming across that trench run. Red, we have 2 robots lining up to score, and Blue, we have all 3 lining up to score. Brewster sneaking up behind to score some last minute shots for Red. And we have a little bit of a tussle at the Blue loading zone. DVG was going to try and steal some. Oh, precarious position for DVG. He is able to get out of that tech pal. Red releasing a lot of power cells over on their side of the field. Screaming back over to their side of the field to start scoring. Blue Alliance, we have Eli and Javon side by side with Tyler coming in with some leftover power cells on the field. 130 to 124 with 1 minute and 47 left in the match. A bit of a tussle. This entire match, we've seen a lot of defense so far, at least in terms of bumping. Rooster going to play some defense, trying to get Tyler out of there, and a little bit of a bump on Eli. For a minute there, all 6 robots were on the blue scoring side of the field, but Little Zorak is over, scoring back for Red. Eli picking up some more power cells. DVG and Rooster screaming back over to their scoring zone. Tyler going to play some defense on DVG. Zorak looking to play a little bit of counter defense in a little bit of a precarious position. He actually gets flipped over, but looks like he is able to get out of being counted for that tech foul. Eli releasing a lot of power cells for Blue. Rooster and DVG doing the same. No Blue robots currently scoring as Little Zorak is lining up to score for Red. Tyler now scoring for the Blue Alliance, 192 to 183 with 55 seconds left in the match. We have 3 Red robots and 3 Blue robots lined up. This is a very close match. 47 seconds left and still within 20 points. A bit of a tussle on the rendezvous point. We have 2 Red robots looking to reload. Looks like that's DVG coming in, or Rude Rooster coming in at the last second to pick up the remaining. Eli shooting for Blue. Javon coming in. Ooh, accidentally hits Eli. Need to watch out for your alliance partners. This is a tight field. 23 seconds left. We're going to see robots making some last minute shots. Doesn't look like I can't see the power cell count, unfortunately, but we'll see if any of those alliances hit that 90-point threshold. 280 to 287, a very close match as robots are making some last-minute shots and heading to the rendezvous point. We see 3 red robots lining up, 3 blue robots coming in, all 6 robots going up in the air. And it looks like all 6 got counted for the climb, unofficially 367 to 362, a 5-point match.
So, really exciting match. Actually, the balance for the Blue Alliance making the difference there, actually causing them to win. They got the 90-point end game, and that's going to make the difference here. Both alliances were able to secure all of the ranking points. So, Blue Alliance is going to walk away with 4, scoring 101 power cells, and Red Alliance is going to walk away with 2, scoring 104 power cells.
So that was very well done by both alliances. I'm just going to help us preview our match. That's qualification match number 13. On the red side, we see C4678, Mick, and Cobby. On the blue side, we have Leston, Anthony, and Greg. So C4678 down a match on our number 1 seed just in terms of ranking points, but with a full 4 RP match, does have the potential to take that number 1 seed from Jeff. Currently, the tiebreaker is total score, and Jeff has a total score of 1869. C4678 only at 1418. So we'll need a 4 RP high-scoring match to make up the gap, but it is mathematically possible. So we'll see C4678 making a go for that number 1 seed in this match.
And we are looking for Lil Zorak to disconnect, actually, from the Red Alliance. So, Lil Zorak, if you're watching stream, make sure you're disconnected from the server so we can get the next match underway.
And for those of you that did the math, because obviously I am a little bit biased and I kind of want to retain my number 1 seed, but if C4678 gets the 4 RP match, 451 points scored by C4678's alliance will tie. 452 will give C4678 the number 1 seed.
And we do have rankings up on the screen, so you can take a look. Currently, Jeff is in first place, C4678, as we were mentioning, second. Deep Voice Guy, third. Eli 2791, fourth. Tyler 7211, Rude Rooster, Javin, and Logan rounding out the end of the top 8.
And for those wondering, Deep Voice Guy does have a very deep voice.
Yes, I was kind of shocked when I first joined a voice chat with him. All right, getting this match underway in 3, 2, 1. All right, in double points period. Can't really call it all time because it is still tally up, but points are still doubled. C4678 missing a couple of those rendezvous point power cells. So is Greg, but we have all 3 robots on each alliance shooting. Looks like a very close auto, 84 to 74. Anthony, in a very precarious position, is able to get his way out of that technical foul as Cobby picks up some power cells from the blue loading zone. 93 to 78. Red with a little bit of a lead, but it is still very close. Mick bumping Leston, successfully getting him to miss a couple of those power cell shots. Cobby playing some defense as well as Greg comes in to start lining up to shoot. Anthony coming over for the blue side. Mick and C4678 finishing up a power cell cycle. Cobby collecting some from the loading station. A lot of defense being played this match on the Blue Alliance. Cobby and Mick really coming in there trying to make sure that they maintain their lead. Lots of power cells over near the blue loading station. Red is going to take advantage and try to get some faster cycles in. 2 blue robots shooting. Greg looking to collect some more power cells. C4678 shooting from the side. Greg playing a little bit of defense. Mick finishing up a cycle. Greg wanting to play defense, but it is a little too late as Mick's hopper is already empty. Mick going to bump Anthony 3175. Caught in a little bit of a precarious position, but Mick, as we have seen with his excellent maneuvering skills, able to get out of that technical foul. 1 minute remaining in the match, and it is 184 to 160 in Red's favor. Greg lining up to shoot. Anthony stealing some power cells from the Red loading station. Cobby going to pick up some of those missed shots. C4678 and Lusted reloading for their respective alliances. Sorry, trying not to sneeze. Mick going to reload from the blue loading station. Greg looking for some power cells. Leston and Anthony reloading both on the same side. Precarious position for Anthony there, but is able to avoid getting the technical foul. 30 seconds left, and we are in the in-game period. Teams are going to start lining up at the rendezvous point to climb. 273 to 219. Red with a bit of a lead, but it will still come down to climbs. Anything can happen in these last 15 seconds. Red getting some last-second shots from Kabi. Blue getting some last-second shots from Greg and Anthony. 2 red robots lined up, 3 red robots lined up, and 2 blue robots lined up. Anthony coming in at the last second. All 3 red climbing. Only 2 blue able to go up, and 403 to 299 is the unofficial score.
All right, and we will be locking in that score. Blue Alliance unable to actually come out with any ranking points. 82 power cells scored. It's not quite enough for the 90 threshold, and only 50 points in climb. So they're going to be 0 ranking points for that one. Red Alliance able to score 108 power cells and the full 90 points for the balance. So that's going to be 4 ranking points for that Red Alliance.
So we were talking before the match about what C4678 needed to do to take home that #1 seed. Looks like he did everything he could, but will stay a little shy on the tiebreaker of total points, but does get that 4 RP, so is within reach of that #1 seed in a few more matches. So, looking to preview this next match, we will check out the qualification schedule. We see that it is Attention, Mick and C4678 looking to do it again on the red side with Daviato, Logan 4476, and Tyler 7211 on that blue alliance. So as a fun fact, that was our second match in a row with 367 points for the Blue Alliance. Last time it was enough to win. This past match it was not, but fun little fact there.
And C4678 is actually going to go up a match on me, actually. So he will very likely take over this first seed if he gets those 4 RP. Starting off the match, Attention actually misses a few of the power cells in that line. Mick going very close to the Blue Alliance side. Want to be very careful. If you do intentionally or unintentionally play auto defense, you will get a red card, but he did not, so there will be no red card assigned to him. Tyler getting technical fouled, very precarious position, trying to steal some power cells from the red loading station. C4678 able to capitalize. Tyler once again trying to steal some power cells. Looks like he might get another technical foul, and he does. That is going to swing this match a little more in Red's favor, but it is still very close, within about 20 points. C4678 empties a hopper. Mick and Attention heading over to the red side of the field. Logan going to try and steal some power cells. And able to get out of that technical foul. Attention, adding a T to his name for this match, just to shake things up a little bit. Daviato and Tyler able to, lining up to score some shots on the blue side of the field. Mick bumping Tyler just a little bit. Logan and Daviato going to collect some power cells. Daviato making his way very quickly across the field. Some very fast cycles we've seen out of him. C4678 and Attention looking to reload as Mick looks to line up. Daviato and Logan once again shooting side by side as Tyler goes to reload. Attention playing a little bit of counter defense on Tyler as Mick unloads another hopper, and C4678 shooting into the outer port. Inner port is obviously ideal, but in some cases, whether if you're being defended or if there are multiple robots shooting, inner port is just as good to get that RP for energizing the shield generator. Daviato looking to reload some more power cells. Logan stealing some from the red loading station. 239 to 225 with 33 seconds left in the match. These last few cycles are going to be very important. As we enter the in-game period, we're going to see robots begin lining up in the rendezvous point. Still a very close match within 20 points. As we see those scores kind of oscillating back and forth. Red looks like C is going to collect some power cells, get some last-minute cycles. Looks like blue, that is Logan, going to try and get some last-minute shots in there. All 3 red robots lined up, ready to climb. All 3 blue robots lined up. A little bit of contact, but as long as nobody gets knocked off the bar, they'll still count. And 330 to 366 red is our unofficial score.
All right, we do have a question box, so we will be back shortly after getting through that.
Okay, so let me know when you're going
Okay,
live again.
so we are live. Sorry about the delay, guys. As a result of some auto defense played by Mick, unfortunately, he will be receiving a yellow card, and there will be 2 technical fouls assigned to the Red Alliance for that. Well, Blue Alliance is getting a total of 30 points in fouls. It was not egregious enough to be a red card, but we will be having a yellow card assessed to May-Class for that, and that will be the final score of 366 to 360. So Red Alliance is going to pull out the win there. Still, they had the gap. They're going to win that one by 6 points.
Brennan, for our viewers, would you be able to clarify why the number was 2 tech fouls assessed?
Yep. So with the any for rules that are not specifically stated in our edited thing here. So when you look at the official rulebook, since there's no penalty actually mounted or like said specifically, we're going to look at the FRC rulebook, and it is tech foul per instance of hitting another robot. So there was 2 contact points with Mick, not 3, only 2, which means there's going to be 2 technical fouls assigned against him, hitting Daviato twice. So 30 points in fouls, and because it wasn't hitting like 3 robots or 2 robots at the same time, it's going to be a yellow card instead of a red card for Mick, so he will still receive the points for that match. Okay, so we are going to jump into the next match here.
So that's qualification match number 15, Rude Rooster, Eli from 2791, and Anthony on red, Little Zorak, Leston, and Daviato back on the field again on blue. So once I get the screen up so I can commentate for you, we will get this match underway.
And we are started. It's just being slow, but in the meantime, Blue Alliance has a bit of a lead here, 92 to 82, as we are now good and should be able to take over.
Yep, with 2 minutes and 8 seconds left, it is 105 to 112, so it is very close. We've got the Red Alliance again with a little bit of a lead. We do see Little Zorak and Daviato and Leston actually picking up the balls from that human player loading zone and on their way across the field. Anthony 3175 is picking up from that red side, from that blue human player loading zone. A very dangerous spot to be in, but he makes his way in and out with grace. Now 173 to 136, so blue is taking a little bit of a loss here on the points. Red making a bit of a lead up. Eli from 2791, again a 2-time second robotics competition champion. Scoring some points for the Red Lions, 179 to 197. Now red still with the lead, but blue is within reach with 120 seconds left. Daviato doing a full cycle of power cells, but Rude Rooster does some defense that pushes some balls a little bit wide, some in the outer port, some not scoring at all. So good defense there from the Red Lions. Anthony now picking up from that human player station on the red side, trying to make sure the blue robots do not get those free power cells that would make a shorter cycle for them. Rude Rooster now playing some pin defense on Little Zorak. It looks like he will be successful in pinning out Little Zorak. That is a technical foul assigned to the other alliance. 288 to 259 now for the Red Alliance. Rude Rooster with a full cycle of full intake of power cells here. Lil Zorak and Leston on the blue side trying to do the same, trying to make up the gap to me, or it is to red rather, not to me. 20 seconds left, 308 to 335. Red still with the lead and looking to do a little bit more. Little Zorak will run across the field for the last few seconds of the match, trying to get some final power cells in for the game. Anthony from 3175, the same. It looks like both both alliances may have enough, but there is some chaos in the end game. Red does take the win. Anthony does not get up on the bar. but it is 408 to 422. Looks like both alliances did get enough points, I believe, to
Yep.
get that extra ranking point. Brennan will confirm that. Sounds like a yes.
So Red Alliance scored 117 power cells. Unfortunately, only 2 robots got up for the climb, so the Red Alliance is walking away with 3 ranking points. Blue Alliance is going to walk away with 2 ranking points, getting the full 90 points with the triple balance climb and 106 power cells scored.
So that was again qualification match number 15. We will now preview match 16. That's Deep Voice Guy, Cobby, and Jeff on the red side. Greg WC, Attention, and Javon on the blue side.
And we will need Anthony to disconnect here.
Yes, he will do that shortly.
There we go.
Yep. So taking a quick look at the rankings before we do get this match underway. C4678 has moved into the first slot. Again, he's 1 match up on Jeff. Mick.L.A.S.T as well is in the running. Rankings just getting updated now. Deep Voice Guy is in the 4th seeded position. So with a 3 RP match, he would be able to tie for RP with Mick.L.A.S.T, and they have the same number of matches. So then just needs a score of above 300, or a 4 RP match will push him up into 3rd after this match. So getting this match underway. Again, Jeff, Cobby, and Deep Voice Guy. So Jeff is going to be looking to take home this number 1 seed in this match. He only gets 8 of the 9 power cells in autonomous, but that's okay because Cobby and DBG are there with him, again scoring. But a lot of balls looked like they were going a little short on the blue side. Only a score of 62 for them coming out of that double scoring autonomous period to 89 for the red side. Javon from 442 playing a little bit of defense on Jeff as Jeff spits out those finer power cells. DBG releases all the power cells from the human player station and takes most of them back with him. Javon, again, looking like they're playing some more defense on that red alliance. Might be something that they look to do during the match. Now letting Attention play some defense as well. So Blue really looking here to play some defense on that red alliance while DVG and Attention get into a bit of a tussle. Both of them starting pin counts on each other. Jeff now getting in on the action as well, allowing DVG to score because Jeff does not have any power cells in their robot. DVG trying to finish out that final cycle. Attention is being relentless here. Cobby doing the same on Greg. DBG now making his way across the field. So Cobby and DBG are picking up the power cells, and Jeff pulling off to play some defense now on Attention. Roles are reversed. 113 to 140 now for this match. 1 minute left. It is still anybody's game, but Red does have the advantage here of about 40 points. So it will be difficult for the Blue Alliance to come back from that. DBG now picking up balls from that Red human player station. Javon making their way across the field to play some more defense on Jeff, trying to mess Jeff's cycles up. Jeff, again, being your current number 2 seed, looking for a bid at the number 1's position. 163 to 205 now with 39 seconds left. Cobby with a full intake and none for that Blue Alliance. Javon, again, the pin count starts. A little move into the trench zone, but is not enough to call foul. So this is a very defense-heavy match, but so far no technical fouls. Very well done. But we do see Jeff was up on half of their drive base. They are again moving over to the field and looking to score. It is 256 to 202 with 13 seconds left. We're going to be looking to see some climbs. Javon is lined up, the first for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance looking to do the same as well. With 4 seconds left, are all the robots going to get up in time? It looks like they have on Blue. Will they on Red? Red does have enough to hold the lead, but DBG not quite getting that climb. It does look balanced. So, Brennan, tell us about the ranking points here.
So yeah, unfortunately, it was not balanced for the Red Alliance. They were only able to score 55 points, 5 points short. Or actually, maybe it was balanced.
10.
I just didn't get the climb. 10 points short. You're right. So Red Alliance was able to score the extra ranking point, however, for the shield generator, scoring exactly 90 points or 90 balls. so they will walk away with 3 ranking points. Blue Alliance was able to get the triple climb off, as we saw, and that's going to give them a singular ranking point with that loss.
So with that match, that does mean that C4678 holds on to that number 1 seed. Jeff only getting 3 ranking points as opposed to the 4 that he would have needed to take that number 1 seed back. Very close though, so not to be discounted for sure. We do have 10 matches again per team/robot here. Previewing match number 17 now. Jeff is back on the field, looking to take home another high-scoring match. It's Jeff, Anthony, and Eli on the red side. Javon, Cobby, and Logan now on the blue side for this match. So we're just going to make sure everyone is connected. I think we're waiting on one red robot here. But again, in second robotics competition, a reminder that we will start matches without you. Jeff and Logan, I see you two playing some nice defense there. Tipping everyone? Is that the fun part? So with the server getting restarted, we are getting this match underway in just a few moments now. We are good to go. For this match, we see Anthony running trench defense, Eli running rendezvous, Jeff running the 9 balls, Blue doing the same with Cobby, Logan, and Javon. We'll see who can get it in. It looks like Cobby's intake may be a little jammed. That is going to put Blue at a slight disadvantage coming into the teleoperated period. But Anthony is over on his side. That looks like he is getting heavy defense. 2 blue robots actually causing 2 red robots to respawn. That gives them 30 points in technical fouls. So it is now 123 for the Blue Alliance, over 100 for the Red Alliance. Blue now with that advantage. Logan 4476 is scoring fast and furiously. Those are inner port shots, now letting Javon 442 get in to do the same. Looks like Javon may have a little bit of a jam, but is scoring now in fashion. 2 red robots now doing the same. That's Anthony and Jeff, while Eli crosses the field to take the balls from that red human player station with their partner Anthony. Jeff now picking up the extras from the red side of the field and looking to do a quick cycle there, scoring those very quickly. Anthony and Cobby in a little bit of a tussle. Logan is unfazed by this as he continues to score. Eli and Anthony now scoring away at Javon, looking to play some defense. It looks like the defense does work in getting some of the shots to miss. Blue does still have a little bit of a lead, but it's only 1 point, hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Blue Alliance is trying to hold on to this lead against the number 2 seed right now. That's Jeff, along with their partners Anthony and Eli. Eli, again, a 2-time winner. So this is a very powerful Red Alliance. We've also seen Anthony do very well in our past competitions. Javon now looking to play some defense. It is 226 to 201. Blue Alliance holding on to this lead. The defense by Eli does mess up 2 of Cobby's shots. They are going a little wide. He is relined up and is scoring again into the inner port. So the defense does do a little bit of delay, but is nothing too substantial. 244 to 235 now. We are in 30 seconds left. It is the end game period. We see Logan firing off a few more shots for that Blue Alliance. Eli from 2791 doing the same on the red, but those are only going into the outer port, only with 2 points instead of the 3 points that the red is, or that the blue is scoring right now, rather. I take that back. Blue does score some outer point shots. With 10 seconds left, people are furiously lining up for the climbs, trying to get in at that last second. We do see only 2 red robots up. There is a bit of a tie. Sorry. At the very last second, we do see a tie that is 2 robots up for both alliances, I believe. So we will see how that shakes.
And yes, those scores will be locked in here. Neither alliance able to get either ranking point, so it's actually going to be a 1 ranking point match for both alliances. Red Alliance was 2 balls short, and Blue Alliance was 4 balls short. So unfortunate for these alliances. We are going to move on to the next match, 18.
So again, not something you see too frequently, but defense must have made the difference there. There was a lot of defense being played, so these teams were losing a lot of their scoring opportunities. There is a question in the question box, so
all right,
we will be right back.
We do need Cobby to do have a final result. That last match, one of the Blue Alliance climbs did not count properly, so we are going to be assigning an extra climb for the Blue Alliance, which is going to result in the Blue Alliance taking away the victory. They're going to get 2 ranking points. No balance for them. So no extra ranking point for the climbs, but they are going to be taking that win. No longer a tie. We'll just make sure that that score is correct.
So just a shout out to our Twitch chat. If you guys are able to record the ranking points scored in quals 15 and 16, it looks like our scorekeeper missed those. So we are going to be going back and trying to fill those in for you to get you more up-to-date rankings.
Alrighty, in the meantime, we do have quals match number 18 coming up here.
So for qualification match 18, we have Mick.Last, Rude Rooster, and Daviato on red, C4678, Greg WC, and Leston on the Blue Alliance.
And we are underway.
So getting this match underway now. We can see that coming out of the autonomous period, it is a very close match we're going to have here. It's 80 to 81, currently 83 rather, for that Red Alliance. We are going to be seeing a lot of high-scoring matches now as these teams try to get their extra ranking points. They've seen that defense can really mean you will miss out on that extra RP. C4678 now trying to score away for the Blue Alliance again, while Rude Rooster and Daviato do the same for the Red Alliance. Greg WC having a little bit of issues there, getting lined up for that inner port, only scoring on the outer, but that will still count towards their RP advantage. Mick and Rude Rooster now picking up the balls from that red human loading zone while Daviato comes in to take the extras. Mick doing a little bit of pick on counter on defense for C4678 while Rude Rooster scores and has to deal with Greg WC's defense. Definitely going to make it harder for the Red Alliance to get those high scores they need. Blue has taken the advantage here, but again, it is only a few points now. And as I say that, again, Red going off with another full cycle. It looks like they will cause this pin on Greg WC. That is 15 points added to the Red Alliance score. So good opportune defense playing from that Red Alliance, trying to take advantage. And that does allow Red Alliance to kind of run away with this match now. 229 to 192. Greg is now back firing on all cylinders after having respawned to score. Having a little bit of issues now with lining up, we see, but he is good to go. Definitely a full hopper as he's a little jammed, but the balls are flying now. Some defense from Daviato helping him. Well, I guess not necessarily helping him, but definitely those balls still going into the outer port, so still good for that Blue Alliance. Red is continuing to run away with this now. It is 242 to 274. We ride on board with all the robots now as we try to get to that loading screen for that end game. Currently, the screen is black, but with 2:16 left, it is still anybody's match because we've seen that climbs do matter. 324 to 288 now for the Red Alliance as these robots are just trying to get in lined up. Mick, the last one for the Red Alliance, as all 3 robots on red go up and all 3 robots on blue. Again, it was a very close match the entire time, but Red is able to eke it out at the end, 389 to 368. So that does look like it. Unofficially, we see a lead for the Red Alliance.
And that is correct. We're going to keep it at that. Everybody getting the bonus ranking points for both the power cells and the climbs.
So a full 6 RP match there. So that was, again, qualification match number 18. Going ahead now, we'll look at qualification match number 19. Lil Zorak, Tyler, and Jeff on the Red Alliance. Deep Voice Guy, Attention, and Mick.Last on the Blue Alliance. So now that our rankings have been updated, Brennan, do you mind sharing those with
Yep,
our...
we are actually already at that.
I don't see that, okay.
Yep.
So, yep, going over our... going over our rankings right now, we do see that C4678 does have 21 ranking points, slightly above Mick.Last, who is tied with him and only 7 points back in our tiebreaker. So very close there. Oh, and just as I say that, things get uploaded or updated. So I will say that for now, it looks like C4678 is still in the first spot, but it is still anyone's game. Lots of people still mathematically eligible for that #1 seed. So again, your top 4 right now are C4678, Mick Last, Rude Rooster, and Jeff. Because we only have 16 teams signed up for this event, we will only have 4 alliances. So those are your 4 potential alliance captains for now. But still, with many matches left to be played, let's get this one underway. Again, Lil Zorak, Tyler, and Jeff on red, Mick, Attention, and DBG on blue. The field is completely cleared. The only balls missing are 2, or all the ones in the human loading zone, and 2 from the Red Alliance that roll out at the end. Very high scoring autonomous for the Blue Alliance is 94 points. Red with a little bit of catching up to do, only 67 points in that special double scoring autonomous period. Not that it's really autonomous, but you all know that by now. Tyler from 7211 and Mick are in a little bit of a tussle on the rendezvous point. Mick now trying to pick up the balls from that blue human loading zone. Tyler playing a little bit of zone defense, trying to impede his cycle time, while Jeff and Little Zorak are going across the field. Some balls definitely missing, and that will hurt the Red Alliance in their bid to catch up to the Blue Alliance. Again, as I said, Mick is currently in the second position in this second robotics competition district, so he is going to be looking to have a high-scoring match, getting all those extra ranking points as well. Tyler from 7211 is just finishing off a cycle for the Red Alliance, pulls a bit of a pick defense on Mick, and is now going back across the field while Jeff does this same for the Red Alliance. Jeff now with a full hopper is lined up and ready to shoot. Those are all going into the inner point. Those are worth 3 points each. DBG and Mick are lined up for the Blue Alliance, while Attention plays a little bit of defense on Tyler from 7211, trying to zone him out from getting any extra power cells, and now moving across the field on his own time. Jeff is again across the field. It looks like he never stops scoring. Going across the field now, trying to keep Red in this. It is going to be hard for them to catch up with 50 seconds left. 209 to 171 now for that Blue Alliance. DBG and Attention scoring, but Attention did have a quick little jam there that will hurt a little bit. But all those balls look like they were mostly going into that inner port, with the final ones from Mick going into that outer port. 255 to 190 now. So Red still with some work to do, or at the very least looking to get that ranking point there. Some defense. Attention does spawn out that will give a technical foul to the Red Alliance, which will help the Blue Alliance the Red Alliance in their bid to come back. But they are still 50 points away with 15 seconds left. We do see teams looking to transition to the end game. Tyler from 7211 just finishing off a final cycle there, while Jeff and Chun are both lining up. Same with Mick and DBG. With 3 seconds left, everyone's going to climb last second. They always do. 347 to 334. Red was able to keep it close, but it was not enough at the end. It was a very tight match, 13 points making the difference for that Blue Alliance, who does take home the victory. So Jeff, again, who was making a bid for first position, seems to have not done that this time. So, Brennan, give us our RPs.
Speaking of RPs, when I reset the spectator, it became unhappy. So I am trying to resolve those potential issues here, because it does not seem to be updating properly.
All right, well, in the interim, while you do that, we see some people practicing. We also have a question in the question box, so that score is going to wait for now, that official score, while our head referee sorts out the technical issues and our scoring issues as well. So, big shout out to our head referee. Go Brennan!
Yay, bro.
Yay! Welcome back, Jeff.
Buy him milk.
He can have some later, once he gets his work done. So we will preview match 20 while we're getting this one underway. That is going to have Tyler 7211, Logan 4476, and C4678 on red, Cobby, Leston, and Rude Rooster on blue. So if you guys could get into the simulator, that would be awesome.
Wait, are we doing 20?
Was that not match 20?
That was 21.
No, you were playing.
I was playing in 19.
Yes, you just played.
Yeah.
We haven't played 20 yet.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were announcing 20.
I'm so dumb. Qualification match 20 is up next. I lied. It is Little Zorak, Anthony from 3175, and Attention, followed by Deep Voice Guy, Greg, and Davey Otto. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Jeff, for that.
And this match you're seeing is not the real match. Breb is just testing some stuff. So
Yeah, we're trying to get the counter to start working again, which is fabulous. Just absolutely fun as we try and fix this. We'll pull over to the rankings and try some fun stuff here. Do you guys want to talk about where we are at currently with the rankings?
yes, let me pull them up. Currently, it looks like in order, the top 5. Number 1 is C4678 with a ranking score of 3.29. Then up next is Mick Last with a ranking score of 3.13, followed by Deep Voice Guy, who is about to play in this next match, if I recall correctly. Yes. Deep Voice Guy is in 3rd with a ranking score of 3, and then Rude Rooster with 2.86, and myself, Jeff, with 2.75. And then we actually have a 3-way tie for 6 in terms of ranking score. So all those ranking scores of 2.43 are going down to the total score tiebreaker.
Okay, I believe we are good now for the power cell count. Just make sure it is increasing properly. Yes. Okay, so unfortunately, due to the power cell count not working the last match, we are going to end up having to replay that because we do not have the official power cell account. So, you know, I guess unless both of the alliances want to take only not care about that RP, then otherwise we're gonna redo that previous match, which was which match was that? 19, I believe.
Yep, I deleted the scores. Are we looking to replay that match immediately?
We're gonna replay that after the conclusion of the rest of the matches. So after qualification match number 27, we're going to replay quals match number 19. And speaking of quals matches, we're going to jump into quals match 20.
Brad, I can't see your stream.
Yep. Let me get that going for you.
There we go. All right, starting off this match, we see Red collecting all of their power cells, missing a couple. Blue looks like they've cleared the field. Greg getting a little bit hung up in the rendezvous point. We'll see what's up with that. Daviato and DVG doing a lot of scoring. All 3 Red Robots scoring, and it is 83-61 coming out of double point period. Little Zorak grabbing a couple of power cells from that blue loading zone, but able to successfully get out of getting a technical foul. DVG already back on blue to start shooting again. Attention and Anthony heading back for red. Little Zorak reloading at the red loading station. All 3 blue robots lined up to score. DVG just unloaded a hopper. Greg and Daviato shooting side by side. Attention likes to swing very wide into the field to try and kind of bump his opponents. Daviato getting defended by Attention just a little bit. Attention able to get out of that pin call at the last second. DVG and Greg a little hung up at the blue loading station. Little Zorak and Attention as well. Anthony already back to start shooting for red. With a minute 24 left in the match, it is 162-140, but red scores increasing as Anthony finishes another cycle, and Greg extending blue's lead by unloading all those power cells. Blue, we have DVG and Daviato reloading. We have Zorak and Anthony screaming back over to their loading station. Attention, cleaning up some of those missed shots. Greg coming over to looking to play some defense potentially. Instead, he opts to go reload. Anthony and Little Zorak back to start shooting. All three red robots shooting, all three blue robots looking to fill those hoppers with more power cells. Greg looking to head back to shoot, a little bit hung up in that trench run there. Daviato already unloading. Little Zorak and Attention reloading once again with 40 seconds left. This match is within 20 points to 255 to 230. 35 seconds left, and as we are about to head into endgame, we'll see those robots heading to the rendezvous point. Anthony almost getting fouled out, getting tipped over. Lots of defense going on the blue shooting side of the field. Anthony able to get out of that pin call, but blue is starting to run away. It will come down to these last few cycles and these climbs. Red inching closer, 306 to 297. Blue making some last minute shots. 3 red robots lined up. Blue looking to line up. All 3 red robots are up, and blue still looking for that climb. And unofficially 372 to 362. A very close match.
All right, and with those scores, they're going to be locked in here. Blue Alliance not quite able to clutch it in the end. They only got 2 robots up, but they were able to score 108 power cells. That's going to give them an extra ranking point. Red Alliance going to get 4 ranking points, being able to get both of the bonus RPs.
All right, so that was qualification match number 20. Reminder that we are going to replay 19 at the end of qualification matches, so we need everyone to disconnect, and we need to get qualification match 21 underway. So we will have Tyler 7211, Logan 4476, and C4678 on the red side, with Cobby, Leston, and Rude Rooster on the blue alliance.
We do have a question box, so I'm going to go swoop over.
Are you sure you're live?
There, you're
Because I
good.
don't hear anything.
You're good.
Okay. All right. So once again, that is C4678 in that number 1 slot. Copy looking to inch into that top 4 as well. So this is a very interesting matchup at this point in the qualification tournament. After this, we only have 6 more quals and then 1 replay. So we'll see what this does to the rankings. Probably going to start solidifying the general area that teams are going to end up. As Tyler looks like he's going to get tech fouled. Oh, wow. Barely gets out of it. Very dangerous spot there. C4678 and Logan tag teaming some defense on Leston, trying to prevent those shots. Currently 161 to 146 as Blue. I missed if that was a technical foul or an intentional reset. 171 to 154 with 112 left in the match in Red Alliance's favor, but Blue takes the lead as they finish a cycle. Tech foul called on Tyler. That is going to extend Blue's lead. They are now 194 to 193 with a minute left. Very close match, but 2 blue robots and 2 red robots are back to score another cycle. So we'll see what happens to these scores. Cobby looking to play a little bit of defense before collecting some of those power cells. Tyler going to bump Leston on the way over as they collect power cells as well. Logan collecting, C4678 collecting. It's hungry hippos on this field. 3 blue robots lining up to score. Tyler really playing some killer defense right now, helping Red catch up. It is tied. Oh, Red pulls ahead. Blue looking to catch up with 20 seconds left in the match. These last cycles and the climbs are going to be very important. Within 5 points right now, 15 seconds left. C4678 finishing the last cycle. Logan finishing the last cycle. Blue, all 3 robots lining up. Red coming in. Blue looks like they're going to try and climb. Red trying to get that lined up. All 6 robots going up. And 364 to 338. We'll see if those scores hold.
Yep, so scores will hold. We do see all 3 robots were able to make it up on both alliances, so they're going to get the extra ranking point for that. Red Alliance also able to score 96 power cells, so they're going to get a 4 ranking point match. Blue Alliance only 83, a couple short, and so they're going to walk away with 1 ranking point for them.
So very well done by those 2 alliances. With qualification match 21 in the books, let's preview our next match. So this is Javon, C4678, and Rude Rooster on the Red Alliance. Eli 2791, Attention, and Cobby on the blue side. So again, this is qualification match number 22, coming at you in just a few moments.
And for those of you keeping up with the qualification schedule and the rankings, we see that C4678 has just played in a match, but they are also in this match. And after this, the contenders for the number 1 seed, although it doesn't look like it right now, a lot of people have been talking about that C4678 versus Jeff versus Mick Last. Who's going to take that number 1 seed? So we see that this match has C4678. They're going to try and lock in that number 1 seed. And then qualification 24 will have myself, Jeff, versus Mick Last. So we'll see what happens to the rankings there. And then the following match will be Jeff and C4678 on the same alliance, followed by Mick in qualification 26. So these rankings are still very much dynamic and are going to change up until the last match. And we still have that replay of qualification 19, which does have myself and Mick Last. So these rankings are going to be very volatile, and we probably won't know who the number 1 seed is until after the replay of qualification 19. So this will be very interesting to see how it shakes up alliance selection. Tegan, are you excited to see how this goes?
Actually, I'm very, very sad. I don't want to see how it goes at all. That's why I'm here, right?
Fair enough.
So no, it should be very dynamic. I'm interested to see. Volatile rankings always make it a lot more fun. So this is also going to be my reminder to teams to start scouting now, before you have to make a pick and it's too late, because you very well may end up in our top 4 captains. It is still dynamic. Jeff, take this match away.
All right, and as this match starts, we see Javon going for the trench run along with Attention. Eli and C4678 going for the center, unsurprising. And we see Rooster and Cobby going for their left positions. Cobby very much loves getting that left spot to steal some of those power cells after auto. We see a score of 86 to 57 with 2:10 left in the match. Red and blue immediately dumping their loading stations. Javon playing a little bit of defense as we have known her to do. Cobby going to try and steal some from the red loading station. Looks like both Javon and Cobby are in very precarious positions. It looks like Javon gets a technical foul. That is very unfortunate this early in the match. Blue getting a lead from that technical foul, 143 to 81 with a minute 40 left in the match. Two red robots looking to change this, though, as they come back to score another cycle. Attention trying to line up, but Javon is going to make sure that Attention cannot score those power cells. Both of Attention's alliance members coming back over to start scoring. Javon able to prevent some of those power cells from going in. Eli sinks all of theirs, but Cobby and Attention having a lot of trouble scoring under Javon's defense. As C4678 and Rooster reload more, it is a bit of a lead for Blue, 175 to 136 with a minute and 5 remaining in the match. C4678 got to steal some of those leftover power cells. Attention pushed into a very precarious position, but is able to get his way out. Looks like Rooster is going to try and reload. Javon continuing to play that defense, applying that pressure, making sure to close this gap, and it is working. 212 to 161. Red is closer to closing that gap. We'll see if they have enough time to complete the cycles they need. 40 seconds left in this match. Oh, Javon unfortunately gets another tech foul. That is going to extend Blue's lead to almost, 70 points? I'm not that great at quick math. 30 seconds left in the match. And these robots are going to start lining up on the rendezvous point. Javon pushes Eli. Eli just going to go and reload to try and get out of that position. C4678 looking for some last-second power cells. Rooster getting some last-minute power cells scored. Eli getting some last-minute power cells scored, missing a couple of them. All three blue robots ready to climb. All three red robots ready to climb. 305 to 257. Oh, disaster on the blue side of the field. We're going to see how that affects the match. 340 to 297 unofficially, and we'll see what happens with that score.
Alrighty, so it does look like they were able to get all of their climbs, regardless, the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance unable to get one of theirs. We're going to look at the question box, because unsurprisingly, there's going to be some stuff there.
Time for me to cue.
All right, so in that last match, there was a bit of climb defense, which did affect the balancing ability of the Red Alliance. So the Red Alliance will receive 15 extra points for the balance. That doesn't affect the actual outcome of the match. So Blue Alliance will still come away with the victory there. But Red Alliance getting a little bit of a boost to their overall score.
So again, because that is our tiebreaker, very good for the Red Alliance to have that outcome from the match. With that match score confirmed, let's take a quick look at our next match before we get too far underway. So that is Deep Voice Guy, Logan 4476, and Leston on the Red Alliance. We see Eli 2791 again on blue, along with Greg from WC and Little Zorak. So next we're going to be again playing qualification match number 23. Getting this underway now, we do see the Red Alliance employing all 3 robots on the field. It looks like 2 of our blue robots are stationary. We're going to have to see what's up with that. They are already in the question box. So it looks like we will have a difficult match ahead of it.
Cobby isn't in this match.
Why don't we just...
Okay.
We're going to call this match a field fault. Foghorn. I can't make a foghorn noise, but we would if I could. Cobbit DC.
All right, so we'll restart once Cobby's out of the server. So this is
I'm
not
going to
actually
just go
counting for anything.
communicate. I'm going to
Just let
communicate with
everybody
the...
know because we are going to be restarting as soon as the next person's in. All right. I believe we do now have all of the people in, so we're going to start up now.
All right, so everyone is aware that this is now the real match, and we are all systems go. All 6 robots are moving this time. We also have all 6 people in playing correctly. We do see all red robots scoring. Same with the blue. Red Alliance does have a little bit of a lead coming out of this autonomous period. That is 88 to 62. So nothing too significant, but it is easy to snowball a lead. We have seen that, but Blue Alliance already getting a technical foul out on Logan 4476. So that is going to help the Blue Alliance in their quest to come back because they are now within 1 point. Red Alliance having not really had the opportunity to score significantly since autonomous period ended. Leston now scoring for the Red Alliance. DVG having some intake issues. We see those 3 power cells that are spit out in front of the low power port. That's as a result of a jam. Logan from 4476 getting in that zone, the blue human loading station, trying to steal those balls away from the Blue Alliance. Tactical strategy there. Most important part is just to make sure you do not get a pin foul started. Now moving on to play a little bit of defense on Eli 2791 before going back to pick up more balls. Little Zorak is now trying to make his way across the field, going under the trench. He's got a full intake. Eli from 2791 trying to pick up those balls that the Red Alliance has just scored. Logan and Leston will continue to score, making it difficult for the blue to come back from this. They are at a deficit here. It is 223 to 168 with 1 minute remaining. So a lot of offensive scoring from the Blue Alliance will be needed if they want to keep this match close. Greg from WC has a full intake, and he makes his way across the field. A slight collision with his alliance partner, Team Eli 2791. But they are both at their desired locations. Greg scoring, Eli going to pick up some more power cells. Same with Little Zorak. He is picking up from the blue human loading zone, where all 3 red robots are kind of at a loss for where to pick up their power cells. Definitely having scored a lot of them means that they all kind of stack up into that blue human loading zone, meaning they have to travel further across the field for their power cells. With 25 seconds left, it is still anybody's match, but blue will have to pull off something pretty crazy to get that win. 252 to 314 now the score. With 16 seconds left, we see our first few people looking at the rendezvous point, looking to line up for the climbs. The first one to blink is Leston, who is sitting. Looks like he's going to go for the edge, while Logan goes for the other side, and rather their other partner will go into the center. Blue has 2 of their robots lined up. They do not get the third. It looks like red does take this match home with 433, a very high score posted by that Red Alliance. All 3 robots are up. Probably means they get that extra ranking point. Blue will see what they do have. Neither alliance, though, is going to be walking home empty-handed today.
So for the final scores, we do see that both alliances were able to reach the 90 ball threshold. Blue Alliance only got 2 robots up, as you saw. The third robot kind of got blocked out and wasn't ready, but Red Alliance was able to get the full 4 ranking points from that match.
So again, that was qualification match number 23. Now in the books, we will be looking at qualification match number 24. This is Daviato, Jeff, and Javon against Tyler, Anthony, and Miklas. So as mentioned before, this is an important match for our rankings. Jeff versus Miklas, again, being 2 of our highest seeded teams. So we will see what happens, basically. We'll see what these 2 alliances do. We're just waiting for all players to ready up. We do have everyone in the server, so should get this match underway shortly. Starting this match in 3, 2, 1. We do see both alliances obviously going for high-scoring autonomous modes. All the balls on the red side of the field have been scooped up by Daviato, Javon, and Jeff. Blue missing out on 2 balls, and Daviato actually picking up from that blue human player station before autonomous ends. Isn't able to score, but it does mean they do have the advantage coming into the standard teleoperated period. Power cells flying all over the field, falling from the truss. That's what happens when you hit above the overflow. It is 87 to 93 points now for that Red Alliance. We see Daviato playing some defense on Anthony and Tyler, but will get respawned across the field, giving Blue a slight advantage now, 107 to 93. As the cycles start coming in, we see some more defense from Mick on Jeff. That's your number 1 seed contenders, and Mick is respawned across the field, 146 to 117 now. Blue still with the advantage, but Red still very much in this match, 131 now for them, so they are within 15 points of that Blue Alliance. Jeff and Tyler harassing one another, making it very difficult for either one to do the job they want to be doing. Jeff trying to pick up and Tyler trying to score. Javon and Daviato now playing a bit of defense, teaming up on the 3 scoring robots on the Blue Alliance right now. While Jeff is on his own on that side of the field, he is scoring into the inner port, 3 points each for those shots. Anthony from 3175 coming across now, but looks like he's just going to go straight for the power cells, not so much the defense. That's Tyler's job, who is now playing defense on Daviato and Javon, both robots at once. Very impressive showing from Tyler. Anthony and Jeff are now making their way across the field, trying to score and play a little bit more defense. Blue still does have the advantage here, 217 to 185. Another tussle between Jeff and Anthony, both trying to pick up those extra points. Daviato is on their own, make that 2 power cells though in their robot, so that is a small quick cycle for them, trying to get those extra points before the end game, trying to help catch up. It is still 15 points separating these 2 teams. That's enough for a balance, so it is anybody's game still. Javon does do a cycle but misses a majority of those shots. Blue cannot say the same. Anthony from 3175 doing an excellent job of getting those power cells in the inner port. A respawn from the looks of it as 2 robots tangle. Now 275 to 310 as the climbs go up for the Red. Blue is not going to get it. It is 330 to 275. It looks like Blue did not get their climbs at the end of the match, which hurt them when it mattered. So again, that is 330 to 275. And again, and it looks like Blue and Red both may be walking home without that extra RP.
So yeah, it looks like Blue Alliance unable to get any ranking or any ranking points, but also any climbs, unfortunately for them. They scored 85 power cells, not quite enough. Red Alliance 74 power cells, so not a 4 ranking point, but they were able to get the triple climb for 75 points.
So with that done, we have finished match 24. That one's in the books. Let's take a look at match 25. Moving forward to Red Alliance, Greg, Tyler, and Cobby. So Tyler playing back-to-back matches here, as well as Jeff Eli, and C4678. So Jeff, having just defeated Miklas in what was a very important match for our rankings, will look to do so again, this time with C4678 on his alliance. So it is the last match of the event for C4678. Jeff has one more after this, but again, another important match for the rankings here. C4678 is looking to take home that number 1 seed, but has a lot of people very close on his heels.
And we are just waiting for one blue robot, I believe, to connect. And yep, as you can see on our screen currently, C4678, 28 ranking points, is in the lead. We have Jeff, then Deep Voice Guy, then Logan, 4476, Miklas, Rooter Rooster, Attention, and Tyler, 7211, rounding out your top 8.
So, friendly reminder to teams that this is qualification match number 25. So there's only 4 more quals matches, so get your pick list ready. We're about to get this match underway, though. Another very important one for our rankings. Let's see how it shakes out. An upset from the Red Alliance here could really shake up some things. It looks like we have one robot disconnected on the Red Alliance, but he is good to go now. Tyler picking up those power cells from the trench zone. Red Alliance is shooting all 3 robots, but they are at a disadvantage coming out of this autonomous period. But I take that back. They're good to go now. It's 83 to 72 for the Red Alliance. Now picking up all the balls that Blue scored in that autonomous period means there is plenty for them to do, while Blue is a little bit starved for power cells. Interesting strategy being played out by the Red Alliance there, and we do see some defense between Tyler and our number 1 seed of C4678. Him and Jeff are working together, trying to score for that Blue Alliance. They do have the lead now, only 6 points. So it is anybody's match. Greg and Tyler are now looking to score for that Red Alliance. Jeff moving on to play some tactical defense. He does make it so Tyler misses a few of those last shots, so well done by him. As Tyler moves over back to the side of the field, Greg is picking up from the blue shooting zone. So that did require a little bit of tactical driving there. It is difficult to do that without getting any fouls. He does have a lot of power cells in his robot right now, and is shooting defense from Jeff again, making it so some of those shots go a little wide into the outer port rather than the inner. But Greg is lined up again, as is Tyler. Relentless defense here from Jeff, as he does not let Greg and Tyler score. Cobby's going to do the same for the Red Alliance. We see the pin count started. Is he going to get respawned? It looks like he does. That's good for the Blue Alliance. That's an extra 15 points added to their score. C4678 is looking to pick up the power cells from that blue human loading zone. Jeff is with him as well to make sure Red does not get any of those power cells. Cobby again playing defense on Eli. Eli, our 2-time second robotics champion. He is scoring. They are going a little low. They are only in the outer port, so only 2 points each. Not that that's going to hurt towards getting that ranking point. These teams are both very close. Blue Alliance has about 10 more to go to get that extra RP. With 15 seconds left, we are going to see teams start to look at the rendezvous point, trying to get those climbs on the generator switch. Blue does have the advantage coming into these last dying seconds of the match, but we've seen that anything can happen. It looks like all robots are lined up, though. We will have all 6 robots in the air for this match. It is going to be 377 to 332. Blue Alliance does take home that match, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that looks to have been a 4 ranking point match for the Blue Alliance.
That's correct. 4 ranking points, 98 power cells scored. Red Alliance a little bit short of that 90 points or 90 power cells. They got 83, but both alliances pulling off the triple balanced climb, so they're each going to walk away with an extra ranking point on that front.
So that was match 25. Looking ahead now to qualification match number 26. So remember, only 2 matches left, or this match and then 2 others left. So 26, 27, and the replay of qualification match number 19. Had to sneeze there for a moment. I'm back. So previewing this match, we have Anthony, Deep Voice Guy, and Javon on red, Logan, Miklas, and Rude Rooster on blue. So again, rankings are very volatile here. Logan is in our number 4th seeded position. So he still has the potential to take some extra spots.
And we are looking for Eli2791 to disconnect from the server. While we talk about the rankings here, Logan is at 24 RP currently. Slightly lower ranking score because of the extra match played on Deep Voice Guy. So he is currently 4th, but he is definitely looking to jump up in positions here as we come to his final match of the day. Currently 5 and 4.
And interestingly, Deep Voice Guy on red is ranked number 3, and then he's immediately followed by Logan and Mick, who are both on blue. So this will be a very interesting match.
It definitely has a lot of implications for our final rankings, to say the least.
Alrighty,
So
so it does look like we have everybody in the server.
In that case, Jeff, take it away.
Assuming, there we go, my stream's back. That was weird. All right, so starting this match off, we see Javon and Anthony going for the 5-ball autos and DBG going for the 9. Same thing, Mick going for the 9, Logan and Rooster going for the 5. All 3 red and all 3 blue shooting. We see blue with a slight edge out of auto, 89 to 73. Mick immediately looking to steal those power cells from the red loading zone, but is forced out because DBG is right there. Mick instead going to go to the blue loading station as DBG and Javon head back to start shooting. Rooster and Logan side by side. Mick and Anthony coming in to round out these cycles for both their alliances. 139 to 105 with a minute 50 left in the match. We see a couple of those power cells respawning on top of the truss and dropping down to the middle of the field. That will happen if the loading stations get filled up. Let's see. We see Logan and Rooster heading back to blue. Anthony going to play a little bit of defense. Unusual considering that Javon is also in the match. We usually see Javon going for that defensive role. Javon instead opting to shoot this match. Anthony does get tech foul. That's going to give blue an even bigger lead as all 3 blue robots beginning to shoot, but Anthony still going to try and defend to make sure that blue cannot extend that lead any further. Javon now defending. Logan has completed their cycle, as well as Mick. Rooster unable to shoot because of the defense from Anthony and Javon. It's been sitting there for quite a while. All 3 red robots loading up and rushing back over to their side of the field. Logan going to try and steal some power cells from the red loading station. Anthony says, no, those are ours. And Logan is forced to go back to shooting. Logan's still going to try and collect some of these power cells, as well as Mick last, as DBG comes over and tries to take advantage, but both of them able to get out of the technical foul. 267 to 195 with 40 seconds left in the match. Anthony picking up some of those missed shots. DBG once again reloading. Rooster and Logan shooting for the Blue Alliance. Logan in a precarious position is able to get his way out of that technical foul. Javon looking to take advantage, but is unable to secure that technical foul. Javon getting flipped over. That's disastrous as we enter the end game here. Javon needs to reset and get that climb. 10 seconds left in the match. Robots are going to start heading towards the rendezvous point. 306 to 248, Blue Alliance with quite a lead, but this last second climb will be the difference maker. Red able to climb, blue only 2 robots able to climb. 351 to 318 is the final score of this match.
All right, and with those results, we do see a extra ranking point earned by the Blue Alliance for scoring 96 power cells, and an extra ranking point scored for the Red Alliance for getting 3 robots up and climbed successfully. And we're actually going to take a look at how that affects the rankings right now, as we have 2 more matches left to be played. Tegan, why don't you tell us about what we saw there?
Well, in that match, we did see, like we were discussing, some very significant implications for our rankings. Again, C4678 was not affected, was still in first place, likewise with Jeff, but Logan 4476 jumping up into that 3rd position, while Deep Voice Guy not getting those, not getting as many ranking points as he would have hoped. That's only an extra 1 ranking point for him, sends him down to 5th position. So now our top 5 is currently C4678, Jeff, Logan, Miklas, and Deep Voice Guy. Of those, we still have matches left for Jeff, Mick.L.A.S.T, and Deep Voice Guy. We will see Logan on the field again as a surrogate in another match, but that's not going to count towards his ranking. So Logan has completed his matches for the day. Finishing off with 27 RP and a total score of 36.25. So a ranking score of 2.7 will be at least where he seeds for the day. We are now in this match already. We see Attention, Kavi, and Daviato playing away. Logan again in his surrogate match. 90 points to 72 at the end of the match. I didn't realize the match had started, so just getting caught up on what happened in Autonomous. Definitely a lot of scoring on both sides. The human player station was full for the Red Alliance, so that means Blue did put up a lot of power cells in that match. Attention and Kabi are looking to score. Both have a bit of a quick jam. We see Attention has to release 2 of those power cells from that robot. Daviato is looking to score, but Logan is playing some defense, says, I'm not going to let that happen today. Leston and Little Zorak are looking to score on the Blue Alliance. Some of those going into the inner port, but some are also missing and going into the outer port, so only worth 2 points each. Lots of balls for the Red Alliance to pick up from their human player zone, whereas the Blue is a little bit lost here, looking for the Red to kind of release theirs from the zone. Reminder that Blue Alliance cannot let the red balls that stack up go and onto the field. It needs to be a red robot doing that. So they had to travel across the field instead to pick up those balls. Red Alliance is taking a bit of a lead here. It is 195 to 179. Blue, again, was getting a little bit tricked out by having to do those longer cycles compared to the Red Alliance. We do see a bit of a pin here, Leston on Kabi, but Kabi is able to wait it out. Leston has to back off, going back to scoring and looking to further their lead because it is now within 3 points. That's only 1 inner port goal, which we've seen these teams put up a lot of already in this match. With 4.5 seconds left, Logan is moving on to play defense on all 3 red robots at once. The pin count does start, but he's able to back away in time while also releasing balls for himself to travel across the field. Little Zorak is going to pick those up with him. Daviato is doing the same on the red side of the field. 30 seconds left. It is 269 to 265. It is still anybody's game here. Definitely looking to get some final scores in. Logan and Leston scoring. Those balls are going a little short, only into the outer port. Red Alliance is still scoring as well in the inner port. With 12 seconds left, teams are finally going to start looking at climbing. We see robots with their climbs up early. That is legal in second robotics competition. You can extend early if you wish. Climbs are now going to be counted. It is going to be the Red Alliance actually taking it back. They get the balance, I believe, to take home the win. 5 points in a very high scoring match.
So yeah, both Alliance able to pull out the triple balance climb. So 90 points assessed to both. Both Alliances also able to get the ranking point for scoring over 90 power cells. 113 for Blue, 101 for Red power cells scored. Worth talking about now, actually ranking-wise, we do have some interesting news. Is that C4678 has clinched #1 spot, so they will be the first Alliance. But what is still up for grabs, Jeff is going to play against Mick.L.A.S.T, I believe, in this last match. So Jeff only needs 2 ranking points to clinch the second position for this competition here. And Mick.L.A.S.T could potentially move up into second with a win from his end.
Yes, so Mick.L.A.S.T does need to get essentially the place that we're at right now. We've got Jeff with, are we still in the match? No. Jeff with 27 RP. Logan is locked in with 27 ranking points, a score of 36.25. So no matter what, if Jeff gets an extra RP, he is locked in second. But Mick.L.A.S.T does need to essentially, he would need a 4 RP match to guarantee being ahead of Jeff if Jeff gets 0. But Mick.L.A.S.T is coming in with a disadvantage on total score points, so it is still up in the air.
Mick.L.A.S.T could technically outsee Jeff, even if Jeff gets 1 ranking point, if he outscores him significantly by about 100 points.
So it's going to be an uphill battle for Mick for sure. It's going to be a big match. We did see in the replay of this match, I believe it was the Blue Alliance who took home the win in the first match, but There's a reason the scores got wiped. If we have a field fault, we have a field fault. So we are going to have to do this one again. Reminder that on this alliance, we have Little Zorak, Tyler, and Jeff, Attention, Miklas, and Deep Voice Guy on blue. So Deep Voice Guy also still in contention. A perfect 4 RP match and over 300 points. He could bump Logan down. He has a maximum potential ranking of 7th. Or sorry, not of 7th. Of 2nd, again, if Jeff scores 0 points and 0 RP. So it is still mathematically possible. Let's see what happens. For the Red Alliance, we do see Jeff picking up 4 of the 5 balls on the autonomous in the autonomous period. Attention having a little bit of difficulty doing the rendezvous auto as well. So it is going to be a lower scoring autonomous mode from both alliances. 80 to 46 is that final score. And Little Zorak is already going to be pin counted out. This is a disastrous start for that Red Alliance, especially Jeff, who is looking to lock in his 2nd position. He's lining up now, trying to score. Mick is picking up the power cells from that side of the field. This is a very important match, and blue is in the lead with a dominant fashion, 113 to 50. We are very, 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 with a very good lead considering how short it's been in the match. Make it now 145 to 92. All the balls though on the red side of the field, so that will mean a big cycle is coming up for the Red Alliance. They're going to look to bring it back, but what can they do? How will they respond? Mick and DVG are looking across the field. Some defense between Tyler and Attention. Attention had the pin count on him, but it spawns, or he gets the count off of him. Little Zorak and Tyler 72-11 looking to score. DVG playing a little bit of pick defense, which will mess up Tyler's alignment. Looks like he's still scoring inner goals, though, so it didn't bother him too much. Just cost a little bit of time. Red Alliance is bringing it back. It is now within 30 points, and Little Zorak is playing defense, which is going to impact the Blue Alliance, but he gets spawned out. Another technical foul. These are crucial mistakes that are coming out under pressure from the Red Alliance. We're getting a pin count started on Attention that may help the Red Alliance, but the technical foul does not go through yet. Red Alliance is still at the disadvantage now, 247 to 175. Little Zorak just scoring away. No one's bothering him. He's just sinking inners. No big deal. Attention and Mick are scoring for the Blue Alliance, picking up those balls that are particularly close, so not having to do some far cycles. Little Zorak now across the field while Jeff does the same for the Red. We are in the 30 seconds left already. One ball misses, but the rest go in for that Red scoring robot. Jeff looking to do a final cycle as well. It is 321 to 237 as blue is already ready to get those final balls in. That's again Attention and Deep Voice Guy. So Deep Voice Guy is having the match he needed. He needed a very high scoring match to take home any chance of upseating anyone, and it will be the case. It is 421 to 326. Brennan, tell us how that affects our rankings.
And it does look like Red Alliance with Jeff was barely able to clinch out the 2nd seed. 90 balls scored, exactly enough for the extra ranking point that he needed for the lock-in. So looks like Jeff is going to be in the 2nd seed as we update our rankings, and that will still propel Miklas and Deep Voice Guy up a little bit here. Actually, it looks like Logan may have actually clinched 2nd here.
I don't believe it's added Jeff's ranking point yet. He was at
Let's
27 going into the match. So again, like we said, these were going to be very volatile rankings. Miklas does pass Deep Voice Guy. We see that coming in as well. So we're just going to check and make sure all of our ranking points are set. But like we said, C4678 is our first alliance captain. So everyone, if you are looking to get picked, if you plan on accepting an invitation, you should have a pick list ready. So please send your field representative down to the field for alliance selection. We will be doing four alliances.
Yep. And since there's 16 people, it would not be so great if we had the last person get no choice, basically. So we will just do 4 alliances of 3 people.
If you don't get picked, please stick around. You may still get called in to be a backup robot. We'll do this standard FRC style. If someone has to be subbed out, say they have something, an internet crash or something like that, we will have the ability to have backup robots, like standard FRC style. So as our rankings are getting finalized, that match had a huge implication on our rankings. So Brennan, do you want to take our viewers through the rankings?
Yeah, so it seems that C4678, we knew that he or she had locked the #1 seed prior to this match, but Jeff was just barely able to squeeze by here. You can see he actually was losing on the tiebreaker to Mick last. So if he had not scored that one extra ball for that 90 ball match there, he would have actually been third and Mick would have been second. But he did. His alliance was able to pull it out, clutch it in the end, and he is second. Our third seed is Mick last. He was very close, obviously, at the end to getting that second seed. And then fourth is a Deep Voice guy who is paired up with Mick last, the last round, able to get the tiebreaker over Logan 4476 and Attention, who both had the same amount of ranking points in the end. So we are going to jump into alliance selections in just a second as we get everything set up and we are confirmed. We're going to go to alliance selection here. So for those of you who don't know how this works, hopefully you have an idea similar to regular competitions. You can accept or decline. If you decline, you cannot be picked again, but you can still form your own alliances. There will be 4 alliances, so we're just going to just quickly swoop out this just so that people don't get confused. And what we will be doing is we will have a alliance selection chat, which will be on the in the Discord. So if you go to alliance-selection, the channel there, that's where you will be able to pick or accept your offer. So we're going to start right away now that we're confirmed with the rankings. So C4678, whenever you are ready, we can get your selection made in the chat.
So for our viewers at home, we'll just read out the picks to you, so that way you can keep up with it if you are not in the Discord server. Although I'd recommend being in the Discord server. It's pretty good.
Rip my non-existent pick list. Indeed.
So again, reminder to people who are listening to make a pick list if you haven't already. You clearly have some moments, some time to come up with one.
Everybody posting pick me, but they're not actually in the competition. All right, so his selection is Jeff, the current #2 seed. Jeff, what do you say to C4678?
Jeff accepts the offer.
All right.
So that is your #1 alliance. That means we're going to have to bump up our #3 seed, that's Mick last, into the captain of the #2 position. So Mick makes your pick.
Makes your pick.
Make your pick. Mick says, "Why am I not last?" So we'll just wait on that pick there.
He tries to pick C4678, but C4678 is actually on the #1 seed as the first overall pick or alliance. So He's seated above you. You're not able to pick him. So we're just going to wait for the second pick from Mick.
So
And it will
Mick,
be attention with the selection here. Attention currently is your 5th seed, or 5th rank, 3rd highest rank. And he accepts.
so with that, that means that our alliance captain is Deep Voice Guy. So Deep Voice Guy, what say you? Silence is what he says. Well,
He
actually,
says,
he says,
now.
I take that back. He says, but in bold this time.
Alliance selection can be hard. Make sure you're prepared.
Alliance selection. How many times did we say make your pick list?
All right, we're just waiting on the pick. And then Eli is the pick. Eli 2791. And
Eli
he accepts.
says yes. So with that, we're going to have our final alliance captain, Logan 4476, your 5th seed, rounding out alliance selection. Well, not rounding it out, but rounding out our alliance captains.
So Logan, who would you like to choose for your alliance?
Logan has experience being a lower seeded captain, having taken this position before at the unofficial Question Box Invitational.
Just yesterday, in fact, yeah. He was able
Indeed.
to upset the first alliance or the second alliance? I don't remember which one. But yeah. We'll see what he can put together with his team. Daviato is his selection.
And Daviato, your response? Daviato accepts.
So you guys can hop in Alliance 4 voice chat if you would like. If you want to chat about picks, we are going to wait for Logan's second pick.
Should I force them into a voice call together? Maybe that'll do something. Oh, no. There we go.
We're just going to give them a little bit of time to make sure that they can figure out who they want. Lots of great options still on the table here at the second robotics competition, number 4. as we let our fourth alliance figure out who they want to round out their alliance to hopefully take the victory here at this event.
Picking can be hard, so I don't envy any lower seeded captains. Well, any captains really. It's a lot of decisions and a very tight turnaround between all of our quals matches and alliance selection. But it looks like they have a pick in mind.
After some discussion, looks like they are ready, making sure that they have the right thing worked out here. And they select Kabi. Kabi accepts.
Kabi accepts. So that is your number 4 alliance. They pick up Kabi, who was their 11th seed. So that alliance is rounded out. Now moving up to our 3rd seed. That's a Deep Voice Guy and
Eli 2791.
Looks like they're ready to go. Or not. Maybe their pick was just stolen. Who's to say?
Three robots only. Just because we don't want to have the last person just kind of like, yeah. All right, so we pick Anthony. We have a pick for Anthony. Anthony accepts as well.
So that means our number 3 seed is confirmed. They pick up Anthony. He was the 15th seeded team. And now looking at our number 2 alliance. Again, that was Micklist and Attention, looking to round it out with the their last pick.
Micklist, yes. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't want to have the last overall person. You know, we don't want to rank the last person and have them be like the least favorite or whatever. Just seems not great.
So if you do need a backup robot, you will be able to pick from the remaining available teams. Well, not able to pick, but you'll be able to pick one up from the remaining available teams. So they are just finalizing their 3rd robot on the number 2 seed right now. Some great options left.
They're consulting the Mick list from Micklast.
They pick Little Zorak. So Little Zorak is just making their decision.
Or her. Yes, perfect.
So with that done, we are waiting on our last pick of the event from C4678 and Jeff. That is your number 1 seeded alliance. They've got some great options left. And remember, if you don't get picked, you can still hang out with us in chat. And again, teams do have the option, if needed, to call on backup robots from the ranking order. So, etc. You guys know how it goes. Highest seeded team is the first backup robot, and so on and so forth.
And yes, thank you to everybody for participating. As per usual, we're going to have a whole bunch of events. We have some big news coming out, hopefully by the end of the night, with some more content that you'll be able to participate in.
So Alliance 1 has made their selection. They would like to select Leston to round out their alliance. Leston, an alumni from 5053 and a game announcer from Michigan region. and Leston accepts the offer. So with that said, that is our alliance selections. Again, if you didn't get picked, please stick around. We will still have a room for you in our alliance, or in our eliminations. Pick an alliance, cheer them on, and we'll go from there.
So we're going to be starting at, I believe, 5:30. So we'll have a
Yes.
little bit of a break, just for people to kind of reset, plan out what they're doing, and then we're going to start at 5:30.
So that's in 15, or I guess 18 minutes. We will be back on the field and ready to go. So again, we'll start with Alliance 1 versus 4, and then we'll do Alliance 2 versus 3. Are we still live, by the way?
Okay, we are back and live. We do have our first semifinal match coming up, 1 versus 4. And it is currently 0-0.
You are Brennan.
Yo,
It's totally broken.
what's broken?
I can't hear you.
Well, you're wrong.
And I can't see the stream.
Well, you're also DCing. Like, you're lagging or something. I don't know.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It said you had minimized your window, and I'm like, definitely not, but okay. So this is just, again, a practice. Normally we would see much higher scores, but let's preview our alliances. So it's, again, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 4 in our first of best of 3 semifinals matches. C4678 selected Jeff and Leston as their alliance partners. Blue Alliance, captained by Logan 4476, picking Daviato and Cobby. So again, 3 minutes left until the match starts. We will be going.
Yeah, so what do you think about these alliances? Who's catching your eye? Think there are any steals of the draft? Who do you think's going to take it?
I think Alliance 4 has a lot of very strong upper mid tier robots. Daviato, Logan, and Cobby, all three of them have shown some pretty strong scoring capabilities. Whereas we know that C4678 and Jeff have both been working on this very hard. Lesson a little newer to the second robotics competition scene, but we see them trying to score from the generator switch, so definitely some ambition there. No very heavy defense scores in this matchup. For Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3, I do think we will see a bit closer of a score between Miklas, Attention, Lil Zorak. Pick that somewhat surprised me, just because I hadn't seen a lot of their play, but I do think the number 2 Alliance had a valid reasoning for it. It's a strong, versatile robot. Deep Voice Guy, Eli, and Anthony is also a very strong alliance in the number 3 seed. So I would not be surprised if it is anybody's game coming into these eliminations. What about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think the 1 versus 4 matchup is going to be really exciting. I think 4 got a very solid lineup. Daviato was actually one of the winners from yesterday's tournament for fun. With the fun event that they put on there. He was the one of the winners there. So he actually knocked out Logan, or no, he didn't actually knock out Logan. But yeah, that's a strong alliance. Number 1 seed, you're always looking really good. Jeff and C4678 have been lighting it up the entire day here on the second robotics competition, and Lesson is a good person to try and round out that alliance. So I think this series is going to go the distance. I think Red Alliance, you got to go with the Red Alliance for the slight edge, with being the number 1 seed, making it to the finals. But I would not be surprised at all to see this go 3 matches. And then as for 2 versus 3, Miklas, Attention, Lil Zorak, pretty solid as well. Deep Voice Guy, Eli 2791, and Anthony 3175. Once again, very close. I think I'm going to give the slight edge on my side to the number 3 alliance there to potentially pull the upset, as we see explosions on the jeez on
It's
the
going to be a very
screen.
explosive lineup, you could say.
Yeah, I think that's just more to come. All right, so we are just about ready to go.
I think they're a little busy flipping over each other first. We'll give them a minute.
Well, here we go.
All right, so welcome to the semifinals. This is our first matchup, a best of 3 between Alliance 3 and Alliance 4. Contact already between the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance. That was Leston and Cobby making contact in that red trench zone. We'll see how that affects the scores. Leston going for the balls in the red or the blue cycle. They do snipe that in just in time, but is Blue Alliance exiting with the lead, 96 to 82 points. We do see Jeff and C4678 picking up the balls that were scored by the Blue Alliance that have come out through their human loading zone. Logan is undefended right now. He's just picking up some balls and going across the score, while C4678, your number 1 seeded robot of the day, playing some defense on Daviato, a bit of counter defense, allowing Leston and Jeff to score. Jeff now moved on to that role as well. We see balls flying on top of the truss. That means that the human player stations are full. It means that Blue Alliance will have lots to pick up from when they do go back, and we see them doing that now. That's Cobby and Logan looking to pick up from their human player station while Leston is scoring. Again, Daviato, your yesterday's Fun Simulator event champion, now playing some defense on the Red Alliance. Logan and Cobby are looking to score. Logan lighting up the board, but it is Red with that advantage that they are going to have to make up. 163 to 169. That's only 2 inner power cells between these two alliances. Very close. We're going to see how that one ends up. Only 10 points separating these two alliances. There are still balls on the ground, but it is still anybody's game. Not a lot of scoring happening this second. We see C4678 getting lined up, an outer port score that's going to help the Blue Alliance as they are really dialing in their precision. Blue Alliance now within the lead, or within reach of the lead. For a second there, it was tied at 195 each, but now it's a bit of a gap. Only 3 points, though. Nothing really to sneeze at. The Red Alliance is keeping this one close. Again, we said it was going to be a close matchup, and it's not much closer than this. 1 power cell between these two alliances. Again, there's no bonuses here for extra scoring except for the points that it comes with. Another big knock from Jeff onto Cobby that will impact Cobby's scoring abilities, but they are with the lead. 228 to 219 now. This is the difference of a balance. A balance could make the difference. A part could make the difference. Last second defense can make this difference here. All 3 red robots are waiting so late to climb. C4678 so jammed up trying to get that last cycle in. That may be the difference, but Daviato is not able to climb. That is the difference in this match. Red pulls it out at the last second despite that jam. 309 to 260 for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, big thing that I noticed there is Logan 4476 unable to climb in, carefully enough, and he actually knocked out Daviato from being able to be hooked on the bar. So I think that really affected the match here. Blue Alliance had the slight lead, and in the original score, but Red Alliance is going to take this one, 309 to 280, and go up 1-0.
So we do see some questions already in the question box. So consider this your unofficial score, 280 to 309, while our head referee deals with that.
We back. There was a question about the climb, one of the climbs not counting for the Blue Alliance, which is possible, but we did not review the footage because of the point gap. It was non-match affecting. So in interest of keeping everything on time and things moving along, we're gonna just keep it as is here.
So that means we are going to dive into, again, the Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3 matchup. Brennan predicted that the third alliance would upset it. I'm going to stick with the red bumpers. I'm going to say it's going to be the number 2, but I could see, just like that last series, this one going to 3 matches. So if I can get my stream back, we can preview the match. Perfect. So again, Just highlighting these alliances, the captains Mick.Last and DVG, that's Deep Voice Guy for short, with their alliances Red, Mick.Last, Attention, and Little Zorak. Blue alliances Eli and Anthony. Eli, again, a 2-time second robotics champion, taking on the purple banner. We'll see what they are able to do, if they are able to pull off the upset. But again, will be interesting to see some more flips happening during the practice. We'll just make sure everyone is ready to go, and then we should get this match underway very shortly for you guys. So as we see the server getting restarted, this match is going to be underway in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's see these alliances in the autonomous double scoring period. No contact this time. We do see Mick.Last is the first to score out of all of the robots on the field. Blue lighting up the scores, making an 80-point autonomous with 1 second left. That is how it's going to stand. Blue with the lead, 89 to 84. Red just finishing up that cycle. Mick.Last again getting some extra power cells and looking to go hard. DVG making his way across the field to meet up with Eli 2791. They're both scoring for their alliance. That's the number 3 seed in the blue bumper. We do see some contact between Mick.Last and Eli and DVG, looking to play a little bit of defense here. The score is close, 99 to 97, 158 left. We do see a power cell fly off the field. Definitely some interesting physics happening here. We are looking at a very tight score. Red Alliance looking to score, Blue Alliance looking to score as well. That's Mick.Last, Attention, and Lil Zorak, all 3 robots on that side of the field within 8 points here. Red Alliance still with a little bit of the advantage with 136 left in the match. It was 129 to 139 there, while Blue was also scoring with Eli and 124 left now. And DVD got their cycles in. Anthony from 3175 playing a little bit of offense, while Lil Zorak looks to play some defense on them. Pin count was started for Mick.Last. We'll see if he was able to get out of that.
The big pin there for Mick. And as Tegan seems to be having internet problems once she's back. But in the meantime, we do have a bunch of scoring on both sides. Blue Alliance unloading full hoppers from 3 Alliance members, extending their lead 289 to 235 as we jump into 30 seconds remaining. Attention and Lil Zorak trying to get points on the board, narrow this gap. They are at a fairly significant deficit here as Blue Alliance looks to lock in this win with a bunch of shooting from DVG and Eli as we drop into our final 10 seconds as all robots are scrambling to score their climbs. Anthony trying to get in position. Looks like he's good, and all 3 robots on both sides look to be lifted at the end. Blue Alliance is going to take this one. They're going to go up 1-0, 399 to 360.
So that was a very high-scoring match. It looks like unofficially they did pull off the upset, 399 to 360. So very well done by both alliances. You will see Alliance 1 versus Alliance, and thanks, Brennan, for covering me. My Discord decided it was having a moment.
Yeah, it's still having a little bit of a moment, but hopefully we can get that resolved. So, 1 versus 4. What we have here is 1 took the lead, the win, very slightly actually. This most recently, they were able to take the win. Blue Alliance was ahead, but the climb failures on the Blue Alliance caused them to not win the match. So Blue Alliance definitely has the winning capability here, but are they able to actually execute on their match strategy, match play? We'll have to see what they end up doing here as we wait for everybody to get inside the field.
So what do you think Blue needs to do to stay alive?
Yep, like I mentioned, I think it's all in the execution. They played really well. Daviato really slowed down some of that robot scoring with that defense that he was doing so well on the fun tournament yesterday, and just executing well, getting their autonomous. They were ahead in autonomous last time, so having another good autonomous, and making the most of what they have, their skill set, and doing well there. That's all they need to do, really. Red, just a few tweaks, a few tune-ups, maybe a little bit of better autonomous, deal with the Daviato defense a little bit better, and that might be the difference maker for this alliance to be able to 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 finish it off, to win and go on to the finals here. They only need one more match. Okay, so we're just about to get ready. Taken, are you ready for the semifinals 1-2?
Run away for us.
Okay, so Tegan's still trying to figure out her Discord, so we'll jump into it right now. So 3, 2, 1. And here we go. It's do or die for the Blue Alliance. Sorry, Blue Alliance. Kabi able to steal a bunch of power cells, get in position, slide, and maybe they can get a huge autonomous score here. Blue Alliance. Kabi spits out a few, unable to score them in autonomous, but Red Alliance with a bit of a deficit here. A few points lead for the Blue Alliance is going to make them pretty happy here. Kabi getting tech fouled here. 4678, C4678, locked into their bumpers, unable to do anything about that. But Blue Alliance still with a bit of a lead. That really slowed down the Red Alliance from picking up the power cells. Daviato already on Red Alliance's case, slowing down Leston, trying to block the shots from making the inner and outer ports. Logan 4476 going for the risky play. Kabi as well, stealing power cells from the Red Alliance that were left over on the ground. Leston looking for some game pieces now too. Logan has already unloaded. Blue Alliance with about a 10-point lead here, and Daviato trying to extend that, slowing down the Red Alliance effort to scoring, being able to bump multiple robots at the same time, possibly counting out C4678, and a tip. Can he draw the foul? It looks like he is possibly able to, and he does. So that's going to put the Red Alliance at an even stronger deficit. Strong defensive play from Daviato here. We've seen some really great defenders come out here in the second robotics competition, and Daviato has been caught this time. Jeff able to exploit the mistake here from Daviato. Logan going in for a bump while Daviato was out of position, and Daviato's already back, ready to score some more points. More shots from Kabi and Logan with the significant lead here. Hopefully they can execute on behalf of their side. And actually pull off the win with their climbs potentially here. Red Alliance looking to come back, maybe hope for a lucky break, cause some stress on the Blue Alliance and prevent them from climbing as well. Looks like teams are going to just start climbing now. Logan and Kabi pushing the climb very late again, 291, 293. Now, Blue Alliance with a fairly comfortable lead, even with a balance. That will not be enough, I believe. And as we see all of the robots going up, Blue Alliance is going to lock this one in for the win. 380 to 341. We're going to a tiebreaker match for the 1 versus 4, assuming that the score stands and nobody has any questions for the question box here. Alrighty, so it seems like Tegan's still trying to work out her issues, but we're going to talk about the next match as the score will stand. There are no questions for anyone here, and it is going to be 2 versus 3. 3 actually has the lead currently, so able to pull off the upset currently is the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance looking to come back here. We're looking for C4678 to disconnect. So if you're in a voice chat with C4678, Jeff or Leston, remind him. Oh, perfect. So yeah, Eli, DVG, and Anthony were able to pull out a fairly convincing upset last time, 399 to 360. 399 is actually the highest score that we've seen so far by the Blue Alliance. So this is a force to be reckoned with. They're going to be putting up some pretty large points here. All right, here we go as we jump into the 2 versus 3 series quarterfinal or semifinal 2-2. We're going to see a bunch of scoring from both of these alliances. Do or die for the Red Alliance. What will they be able to put up in Autonomous? Blue Alliance with a bit of a lead coming out of Autonomous early. 100-point Autonomous. I think that's the highest scoring point Autonomous we've seen here today. And attention, getting caught out by Eli. That is really not the start the Red Alliance was looking for. They're going to have to make some serious ground up here to be able to come back. Attention, going for some defensive plays. DVG being slowed down significantly here by Attention playing defense. Eli going for the counter D, playing pick. DVG and Anthony able to get it around, but now Attention has been caught out, potentially fouled out. No, Eli's being counted out, but his job was done. He was able to secure the space for Anthony and DVG to make the shots that were required. Anthony and Attention locking horns a little bit. Attention now going for some game pieces. Red Alliance scrambling here, trying to get the points up on the board that they need to make it to the tiebreaker series here on our 2 versus 3 matchup here. Blue Alliance with the lead here in this match in both the series and the match and the score here with about a 50-point lead. Looks like we may have had Lil Zorak get caught out, and that's just going to extend the Blue Alliance lead by 15 points. Technical fouls are not things that you want to be messing around with. Defense can be really effective, but you have to be real careful to not get those fouls. 254 points with 1 minute 45 seconds left, and looks like maybe DVG has been caught out here. Eli went in for the save, but it's not enough, and he actually drops a whole hopper load that is going to be scooped up by that Red Alliance. They say thank you very much for the power cells. Lil Zorak missing a whole bunch of shots there, struggling trying to get these points into the goal. As we have only a few seconds remaining, 19 seconds remaining, and really, what is the difference going to be here? It's going to have to be the climbs. Blue Alliance is going to have some significant issues here as we jump into the climbs, and I cycle through all the views because one of the views is broken, but we are going to see the Blue Alliance take this one, securing their spot in the finals, 370 to 318.
So, congratulations to the Blue Alliance, and again, a big thank you for competing today to our Red Alliance. That was Miklast, Attention, and Little Zorak. Very well played throughout this entire tournament, and you will definitely hope to see you at the next event. So, well done.
So we are going to see 1 versus 4 for one more time. It is currently 1-1. So we're looking to see, as we were talking about earlier on the day when we were starting eliminations, we thought that 1 versus 4 was going to be a pretty close match. And really we have had some riveting matches here. Both matches were very close, and it could have gone either way, with both alliances taking one apiece. So we're going to see what these alliances can put up on the board here.
What are you thinking we're going to see?
Well, I think it's on the Red Alliance to get back in this one. I think Blue had the slight lead in the first match, but because of the execution issues, they didn't pull it off. I think it was Blues match to lose in the first match, and it could have very easily been a 2-0. Had a couple things gone a little bit differently. So I think Red Alliance needs to change something up, or do a different strategy, play a different way, run a different route, do something, maybe catch some more pinning fouls. Maybe that'll make the difference. You want to
We
have
did see
your future in your hands. You don't want to wait for a mistake from the Blue Alliance here.
Yeah, we did see, different than most other LIMS series, we did see an attempt at taking the opponent's power cells from the Blue Alliance, and I think that kind of set the tone for the match. Blue really looking to act less so as the underdogs and more as the righteous winners of this, so that we're going to see what they can do in this next match.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely a strategy that has developed recently. Is the opposite end power cell stealing autonomous modes that can get those 100-point autonomous modes a lot more reliably. So we'll see if they're able to execute on that. You know, Cobby's been running that for the Blue Alliance, and he's been doing a good job. Recently with that.
Alrighty, looks like we are good to go. So let's take it away. We have all 3 robots back, and like we were talking about, that defense in the opponent's trench zone seems to have worked for the Blue Alliance, but they have to get the balls up in time, and it looks like they do. That is going to be a very high score autonomous, 102 points. It's going to make it difficult for Red to come back from it. It does mean they have lots of power cells available to them in that human player loading zone. Compared to the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance is not deterred by that. That's Logan 4476 crossing the field, waiting for some more scores to come out. So W.A.F.F.L.E.S is playing the defense like we know they can.
Cobby's stuck.
So Cobby is currently stuck under the control panel. A little bit of help from W.A.F.F.L.E.S, and Logan gets him back on his feet, so he does not have to reset. Respawning would mean that he loses his power cells. So it was a good call by the Blue Alliance, working together quite well. We do see some defense from Leston causing some power cells to go awry. W.A.F.F.L.E.S having a little bit of issues on the other side, but it looks like they may have just been waiting for someone to tackle, but they are upside down. The foul draw by the Red Alliance, the things we were talking about, what they needed to do, also means there are now power cells that Jeff is happily going to take for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is now in the lead here, 179 to 146. We did say this was Blue's match to lose, and there are some crucial mistakes coming out. Leston, again, just picking away at Cobby, making his cycles more and more difficult. Logan does have a lot of power cells that he can pick up from that loading zone, while W.A.F.F.L.E.S is playing some defense on C4678. The pin counter is high, but that does not deter W.A.F.F.L.E.S from playing defense. It is now Blue back in the match, now only 25 points away with 48 seconds left. Still a decent amount to come back from, but there is defense going on between Leston and Logan, trying to allow Cobby to score. Logan playing some of that counter defense and picking up those balls off the Red side of the field, meaning they would have to cycle further. With 33 seconds left, Red does have the advantage here, 217 to 186, but Blue is ready to pull off the upset, knocking Leston upside down. He's drawing at the foul, but it looks like it will not be called. And it is respawned. This means that Blue is really in this match. They have a lot of power cells to score in the dying seconds of this match. They are in the lead, 244 to 222. Now it will all come down to the climbs. They are both leaving it very, very late. W.A.F.F.L.E.S and Logan are lined up, so it's all on Cobby. With 3 seconds left,
the climb.
Red with the miss. It is the Blue Alliance. Alliance 4 will take it. I would not be surprised to see someone in the question box. There were some robots upside down at the end of the match, but it is currently an 11-point lead unofficially for your Blue Alliance. Definitely got off to a strong start with that autonomous mode, and like I called it, we have 3 red robots in the question box for our head referee.
Blue as well, actually. All right,
so let's take it away.
We're gonna check in shortly. Tentatively, looks like Blue may be making it. We're gonna jump into the question box for a sec. All right, so we do have that score standing after the question box period. No changes were required, and the Blue Alliance will be moving to the finals.
So very well done by the Blue Alliance, pulling off the upset. So we do have a perfect reverse bracket, with both the 3rd and 4th seed moving on to the the finals rather, for this match.
And it will be four in the red, 3 in the blue for the finals. So, Chun and Tegan, who do you think's got this for the finals here?
I'm gonna say I think it goes to the number 4 seed. I think beating the 1st seed was going to be a more difficult challenge for them to take just by the pure offensive power of Jeff and C4678. I think is going to be the way that it goes.
Yeah, I think 3 also has a pretty strong lineup though. Anthony is I think very strong for the position. He had a little bit of bad luck in the quals. He seated quite low, but he's been playing quite well. The real difference maker here for me is the autonomous mode that the number 4 seed has been running. Really has impacted, I think, the score a lot, and has let the number 4 seed gain advantages coming out of autonomouses very reliably.
I do think that it'll be interesting to see if the number 3 seed has been watching the number 1v4 matchup, see if they'll pull off a similar autonomous mode on their end, because if both robots are stealing from the other alliance, no one wins. No one wins that advantage. Unlike what we saw in 1 versus 4, where it was only the number 4 seed pulling off that autonomous mode.
Right.
So we will see.
It comes down to the coordination and whether or not the 3rd alliance thinks that that's valuable. I think it's probably the new meta, the thing that everybody should be doing as an alliance, is that autonomous. And we've seen that develop here over the past few weeks of us running events, which is pretty cool to see how scores have increased and different strategies have been come into play. Defense going in and out of prevalence. We saw an event where number 3, where it's basically a triple offense strategy that worked, and trumped out the defender strategy, because the offense was just able to deal with the defense very effectively. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
Something that I will note is that this alliance has been, well, not this entire alliance, but some of these alliance members have been called autonomous, albeit not at this event. So these teams will be hyper focused on ensuring they are following all second robotics competition rules, make sure they don't put their alliance in danger. So that is something that we might see a little bit more evolution in that defense autonomous strategy, finding the loopholes in the rules. Because if you have not crossed that autonomous initiation line, currently as it stands, that is legal. So we will look to see how that goes.
Exactly. So we're going to get started in just a second once we have Anthony 3175 in. And interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure Eli is this is his 3rd straight finals or 4th straight finals appearance. So he's been lighting it up here at the second robotics competition, playing extremely well, and doing great for sure here.
Would we be able to get the stream back up for our?
Yes, we will get the game announcer stream so you guys can see a little bit.
Anthony asks, are we waiting for something right now? I believe you just said we were waiting on Anthony to connect. Is that right?
Yes, we are waiting on Anthony.
All right, so the stream is up and running. Again, still just waiting on Anthony to connect. John, if you would be able to go get him in the server, that would be great. So it's very important that you attend your matches as you show up.
There we go.
To the matches. Perfect. We do have all 6 robots lined up. So again, it is welcome to finals. Again, fresh slates for both alliances. We will see what they have to say.
And other interesting stories here. You know, this is Cobby. Has he had a finalist appearance before? I don't believe so. Logan definitely hasn't. DVG, this is his first second robotics competition event, and he's in the finals here, playing his best. And Anthony has had a few strong showings, but never has made it to finals as well, I believe. So lots of new faces for our finals match as we get ready to start here.
So Logan will be definitely hungry for the win, though, after finishing as a finalist in the Question Box Invitational yesterday. So we'll just see how he takes his hunger and hopes to turn it into a win. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. We see both alliances pulling a little bit of that defense and autonomous, like we were discussing, very aggressive from both the 3rd and the 4th seed. The points are coming in, though, and they are coming fast and furiously. It is an 88 points for the Red Alliance, lower than what we saw in the semifinals, but they were definitely dealing with some defense. Anthony getting respawned out by the Red Alliance. That's going to help extend their lead to make up for the deficit they did not get in autonomous mode. Now 106 to 69 for the Blue Alliance. Eli missing his first shot, having to reline up for his second cycle. DVG looking to do the same. Eli, another set of misses that's going to hurt, and now it looks like he's finally loaded in his position, only making a few of those shots, though, so that will hurt the Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance looks to seal the deal. It is the Red Alliance with the lead, 144 to 86 now, very commanding lead, rather, for the Red Alliance. Anthony and Daviato playing a little bit of zone defense. Daviato getting in the way of Anthony lining up. Same with Eli. We saw that Daviato's defense did impact Eli's lining up capabilities significantly. Logan having a little bit of jam on his side. We see him having to release one of the power cells out of his intake. He gets the rest of them in, though, so it is 186 to 118 for that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is going to have to start pulling some pin counts, and we do see Eli and Daviato locked together near the blue
Eli.
initiation line. Eli now getting counted out. It looks like he's on the losing end of that pin battle. Blue continuing to have a larger deficit to make up. Daviato continuing to play now on Anthony and DVG, while Eli is on the other side of the field, picking up the balls that are left on the field rather than looking to release the ones from the human player loading station. DVG unbothered right now, currently doing a full cycle on his own in the inner port. Daviato full-time defense here. Eli from 2791 quickly releasing those power cells, and now in a tangle with Daviato. It is 239 to 172, the 4th seed here, currently in the lead. Another pin count means that Eli was close to respawning, but he was able to get out just in time from the grasp of Cobby. Cobby releasing a full load into that inner port. That is a big score right now. With 10 seconds left, teams are finally looking at the end game with power cells raining down on them. It is looking like it's going to be a Red Alliance with the advantage as the robots get up. It is 293 to 386, or 368 rather, is your unofficial score, meaning that it would be your number 4th seed, the Red Alliance, going up 1-0.
All right, so what did we see in that match, Tegan? What were some of the key takeaways that you saw?
Well, it was definitely, we were talking about how autonomous in defense was becoming the new meta, and we saw the 3rd Alliance really adapted to that very well, changing up their autonomous mode from what they did play in the semifinals, and they did get some power cells away from that Blue Alliance, from that Red Alliance. Red Alliance putting up their lowest autonomous score yet at 88, I believe, as the clock hit 2:15. But Blue really got caught out in a lot of counts that they didn't need to be in, a lot of pin counts they didn't need to get caught out in. We did see some important defense from Daviato as well. which helped the Red Alliance extend their lead further. All in all, Red really seemed to have a grasp on what their roles were, a lot better than the Blue Alliance members did. So with the field timeout, we do have a question in the question box for our head referee to attend to. Unlikely, I didn't see anything that I think would change the outcome of the match, but we will deal with that
He's
in
out
a
of the
moment.
question box.
No, yep, okay, so it looks like we are still good to go. Nothing really here to change the outcome of that match, so I believe
the Blue Alliance, their adaptation was really admirable. You know, they hadn't had as much practice with it, and for a first time running it seems they did a really good job. It just wasn't quite as refined as the Red Alliance play.
Agreed, and it is hard to adapt on the fly during eliminations for sure. But the Red Alliance did really make a good point
I
of
gotta go.
So yeah, we did see that the Blue Alliance adapted quite well, which did help it, stay closer out of autonomous than it would have been otherwise. And then it was really just the unnecessary pin fouls really hurt the Blue Alliance, especially with the score. It was only, I don't know how many points there were in fouls, but definitely at least 3 technical fouls in that match, which is 45 points. So it could get a lot closer in this next match as Blue really refines their roles, which would catch up with what the Red is currently doing.
Yeah, there's 2 technical fouls assigned to the Blue Alliance last match, so 30 points. You know, not the difference maker here, clearly based off of the final score, but 30 points would have made it a little bit closer for the Blue Alliance to return into the spotlight here.
And especially it saves time too if you're not respawning and going all the way across the field. If you respawn, you're giving power cells to the other alliance. Of course, defense is crucial. We've seen that time and time again. But playing clean defense is better, or I guess rather, no defense is better than dirty defense, is really what we've started seeing just because of the way that these fouls have been working. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but that's kind of my take on the matter.
All right, looks like we're about to get started here.
So this will be our second finals match. Red needs this one to take home the win, and Blue wants this one to stay alive. We're about to get this restarted in 3, 2, 1, go. Let's see Autonomous. Again, we see DVG looking to take on the Blue or the Red Alliance in Autonomous, and it looks like it did misalign Cobby. A bit of work together from Daviato and Cobby to get those scores, but they are
Logan was
all
a bit slow
to
too.
the right. Logan was slow as well. It does look like Red held on, both of them really with sloppy autonomous modes. So we did have a lower scoring autonomous, some balls going wide on the Red. Blue was slow, Red was slow. So this is going to be a scrappy match. We can already see that coming out. And we see Daviato initially playing defense on Eli and Anthony. But DVG is playing that's Anthony playing some counter defense. And we see the pin count start again, and there we go. That's, again, the first technical foul we've seen this match. Start keeping track, ladies and gentlemen, because these might be the difference. It is 104 to 126, so those 15 points are really making the difference right now. The pin count starting for Daviato, and he's trying to say, no, not today, but the starts, and now it is the Red Alliance getting a foul. It is 143 to 143. What a close match. Again, robots flying all over. It is one very hectic match. We see all 6 robots on the Blue scoring side of the field. Red just trying to pick up the balls off the ground, so Blue has to go further and travel to get them. Daviato looking to play some defense, pick up the leftovers so that Blue cannot get them. DVG is waiting for a Red Alliance. The pin starts. The counts are on all sides. DVG will respawn onto the side of the field, and Daviato's ready to instantly start pinning them again. 176 to 179. This is still anybody's game, but a full cycle from Logan and Cobby will work together. But there's no balls on the other side of the field. We see both robots traveling, but there's nothing for them to pick up because it's all in the intakes of the Blue robots right now. Cobby with the pin start, but it is not enough to get the foul yet. He's moving on to playing defense. He will have to back away very quickly, though. All of these pin counts are insane. It is 233 to 201. Blue finally getting some points up now from DVG and Anthony. The balls are essentially... Everyone's been starved out because no one wants to intake from their human player station lest they give balls away to their opposing alliance. Red again with the lead, 258 to 234 with 18 seconds left. It is still anybody's game, but it is going to be really difficult. We do see pin count starting again on Daviato now. With 10 seconds left, Anthony just trying to get that last cycle in, trying to make up the difference.
6 seconds.
But with 5 seconds left, will it be enough? He still has
Blue
half
Alliance.
a full hopper. Blue is not going to get up off the ground. It does mean that the Red Alliance are your victors for now, with 354 to 304 as your tentative score. So we'll just check and make sure there's no one in the question box right away. But otherwise, it looks like that score may stand.
And as a reminder, Red Alliance was already up by 1. And if this score stands, which looks like it will here, we do have a victor. So that will be the Alliance number 4 taking the win here. Great job to them. Thank you to everybody who participated today. We have some pretty exciting news coming out tonight, so stay tuned for that. And thanks everyone for hanging around with us and having a good time.
So congratulations again to our Alliance number 4. They pulled off both upsets, being the lowest seeded alliance. That was Logan, Daviato, and Cobby, your victor alliance. So that's it from us today. Again, stay tuned later tonight for some more exciting info from Second Robotics Competition.
And as per usual, we will probably be having a scheduled tournament on the weekends. So if you're interested in checking those out, we'll try some different things. We also have a 1v1 tournament that is organized by some of our staff that is going to be starting sometime next week. So if you're interested in that, check it out. There's some details in the FRC Sim announcement section of the Discord.
And the VODs from this tournament should be up on the Purple Alliance, which will be up hopefully in the next day and a bit. So that'll include VODs and rankings and match results as well. So again, congratulations to everyone who participated today. We love having you. Thanks for hanging out in Twitch chat, and we will see you guys later.
See you guys.